Hi there, and welcome to a typical tea, relaxing long play. Today, we're continuing our unhealthy obsession with circles as we explore the On the Edge game mode for the first time on the Devil Hills map. A quickly created militia might be the key to survival, but that doesn't stop us from pursuing some aesthetically appealing settlement design. If you like these Tent to Town videos, then let me know by dropping a like and a comment, and if I've earned it, then I'll be most grateful if you'd consider subscribing. Memberships are also now live, so for any of you who want to directly support the channel to help me make more content, you can become a typical tea leechling, and along with my eternal gratitude, you'll appear in the members reel at the end of the videos, get early access to content, and see behind the scenes update posts. But enough of that. Without further ado, grab a cup of tea, make yourself comfortable, and relax alongside me in Manor Lords. Right, well here we are guys on the Teufelsberg region, here in the centre of the Devil's Hill map, which is actually somehow a map that I've not played on before. And I'm looking forward to seeing if we can settle something all the way up here. That would be great if possible. Now, I've not played on this game mode before either, so I think really we need to crack on. So we need to reach the large town settlement level, and we need to survive. There are going to be raiders, and there are going to be brigands galore, one would imagine. We only start with 2 months of food, and we've got the little settlers camps down here. So right off the bat, we need to make sure that we're getting a source of production for food up. Now this region has a rich resource of iron and stone, which I think actually is probably the best we could hope for. We haven't got great fertility, although we could potentially plant some rye in here. But with the stone and with the iron, we're going to be able to have the tools at our disposal that we need to make a fortified city, a fortified settlement, and also produce the weapons we need for our own defense. So I'm not going to sniff at not going to sniff at that at all. Right. First things first, that's food. So I'm going to start actually by drawing ourselves a little circle using the old spinny method. I'm going to put it just right here next to that circle just about right, next to the wild animal deposit. And maybe we'll put another smaller one just here, if we can get it to line up properly, which is no guarantee for sure. Okay, that seems to have worked. And these can be our little starting circles, from whence we can develop a settlement. So we'll get to there. We want to leave enough space around the stone mine so we can get as many mines there as possible, and we don't want to impinge on the wild animal deposit either. That being said, why don't we put a road all the way around the outside, and we'll do this far enough that we're not actually disturbing the animals themselves. So we'll come just off that edge and work our way all around, and those will give us 3 initial starting circles. I would eventually like to retreat further up Devil's Hill itself, because that's going to give us a terrain advantage, hopefully help us defend against the brigands. And oh dear. Actually, the stone deposit's a bit close to the wild animal deposit here, so that might constrain us on how many open stone quarries we can get down. Hopefully it should only reduce it by 1 though, and as long as we fully staff the others, I think we should be okay. Right, so there's a couple of starting circles for us, so let's just connect these 2 here up together. And these are already connected, but I'll put in some additional little roads here. A little something like that, and then we'll also connect that up to the King's Road down here. And actually there's a little bit of a interesting terrain detail right here on the edge, isn't there? Okay, first things first, we need to make sure that we're getting in some food, but also storing what we have already safely away. We could, I suppose, put another small settlement right here, right next to the iron. And that would save us a lot of moving materials around by getting the first granary and storehouse down here. So I'm tempted to do that just to make sure that we're not wasting any time at the start of the game. So we'll get down a circle here, and we'll just spin the camera around and click nice and evenly. I'll give us a reasonably good circle. They're not perfect, but not much in this game is when it comes to shape, is it? Do we get another tiny one in here maybe? No, they're going to overlap. I'm not sure I like the idea of that. Alright, well let's connect the road up anyway. And we'll do a little something like that. And then let's get down a granary And a storehouse is same number of starting materials, so that's fine. And we'll do this literally right next to where we've started. We'll also get down an additional hitching post. The very first thing we're going to do is order an ox, because that's going to hold us up on the old building if we don't get that in place. And then we're going to want to use the other 4 timber we have. One to build a logging camp, which will pop just here for the time being. And the other to build our first burgish plot. Let's build a road coming out from the side here of our circle. Oh, it's clipping onto the inside for some reason. No, we don't want that at all. Behave. A little something like that, because we'll put, we've got other bits and bobs to put there, such as a woodcutter's lodge, etc. But we'll also use those 2 logs to get down our first burgish plot. And how are we going to fill up this space here? So many options. It looks like we could probably almost fill the entire circle. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Nothing in it. And maybe we go for half a circle. We start there. Come around a little something like that. That might be quite nice. To that end, why don't we dissect this circle approximately in half. Little something like that there. And we'll put 1 burgish plot on one side. And we'll just check which way around is best for a small burgage. No, from this side. So it will come to just 1 point there. Follow that round. Yeah. That's a reasonable start, I think. So we'll get our first burgage down there. And then we'll speed time along. Not enough stable space. I find that unlikely. I suppose we've already ordered one. It hasn't arrived. No, we received an order. Oh no, bands and raiders. Track their movements. Already we're only 1 year away from that initial raid. So we're definitely going to have to get a jiggle on when it comes to getting everything ready. Otherwise we're going to be rather overwhelmed and discombobulated when the raiders arrive. We do need to be able to defend ourselves. So we're definitely going to be still in this region by the time they invade. We're not going to be anywhere near to getting defences set up on Devil's Hill. But I'm sure that will all come in good time. Talking of time, let's speed things along. As soon as that granary's up, we'll want to get a family working there. And then we'll want to do the same for the storehouse. And that's going to move all of our food and resources safely inside. So should the weather get bad, it'll be well protected. The other hitching post is up, so that's grand. And let's relocate this one over here next to where we have the logging camp. First dwelling is up as well. That's great. That's going to mean we've got someone moving in, and we're going to want to get workers at the logging camp as soon as possible. And it looks like we're done moving in all the starting resources, so we can free up the granary and storehouse workers to go and help elsewhere. As soon as we have 2 timber ready, we're going to go ahead and get the expansion built. And that's going to give 2 of our 5 families somewhere to live, and it's going to help a little bit with keeping our approval up as far as possible. A priority though is also going to be in getting some food brought in before the winter, or we're going to have a bit of egg on our face when it comes to feeding ourselves. So the nearest thing is indeed the wild animals. So let's get down a hunting camp, and we're going to pop it down here right next to the granary. And then we'll take a road across here like so. And then curve that back into the main road. Don't like how that looks. Maybe we'll take a bit of a straighter line here. And connect into that there. So they've got a straighter way to get across to that circle. And already got an interestingly shaped region we've got going here. I quite like this whole idea of building with circles. Not something I've done that much of before. Enough waffling though, typical. Let's get a couple of families working at the hunter's camp and reduce the number at the logging camp by 1, because we should have a few resources coming in, as we indeed do by now. Water is another necessity, as our villagers are sure to tell us. So let's get down a well. And we've got the timber, so let's build a second burgish plot. And we'll just fill this one up basically exactly the same as we did with the other, if we can. Looking like that snap point's being a little bit odd. What if we do start down at the bottom here? We'll just slow time down so we're not wasting too much. Bring that first point round a little further, no. Okay, yeah, it's not the end of the world that it doesn't fill right out to the end there. It's not going to make much of a difference, so we'll build that there. And then we'll need to get another burgage plot down as well. Let's get down a woodcutters right away. And we'll extend this road across towards that iron deposit. Not quite so far though, because we don't want it to actually get in the way of the iron deposit come time to mine that. And let's put another circle right about here. Didn't start that one very well. Let's try that again. Whoa. Not quite. A bit further away. And clickety clickety click. That's better. Good. And let's connect that up here. And across here. We'll get an extension on that burgage right away. How are we doing for food? Yep, so we've got a few brought into there. We do need to get a family working at the granary. And that's because otherwise, once the storage is full here, generic storage at the hunting camp, they will stop hunting, which is not very useful. You can see that pantry has been emptied, so they'll be able to continue hunting. We may also need to temporarily get someone working at the storage house to empty it of the pelts too. Let's go ahead and get another couple of burgage plots down. So we'll do that in this circle here, and we'll just do something similar to what we did with the first ones. And fill out 2 spaces here. Splendid stuff. And have we moved everything out? Yep, we have. So we'll reassign you. And you can go and work at the Woodcutter's Lodge temporarily. So we've got a bit of firewood set aside. Another important dwelling, or not dwelling, but building rather, is going to be for us to get a logistics, and as we go up to the small village level, a trading post, and we'll pop that right down here on the King's Road. And it looks like we've been sent those initial starting resources, so we'll get a spear unit put together. And are there any... No, so no bandit camps on the map just yet, which is probably a mercy at this stage. Although we're making a good start. Now, what perks do we want? Because obviously we've got access to a good amount of iron. So that'll give us a better blacksmith efficient with the Smiths of Passu, increased weapon export value, and the militia would provide... I've lost the ability to speak, I do apologise everyone. The equipped militia would provide approval, which is very nice, and a local handyman bonus, decreased livestock efficiency. I've done a couple of playthroughs recently where we've taken the Strasbourg Masons. So I think, given that we are going to be producing a large number of weapons anyway, it might make sense for us to take Smiths of Passu. So that's what we're going to do. Something a little bit different as well. Good golly gosh, that's been built, so let's get an expansion popped on that one. Because we do want space for people to be moving in, even though food is going to be a bit of a problemo. But that's why we're building the trading post, so we can trade away some of those initial resources. That'll give us the ability to get planting with some vegetables, which of course will see us through. With that in mind, we're definitely going to need some sliced wood, otherwise referred to as planks. But you know, you can refer to it as sliced wood as well, don't see why not. We'll get that built, and then we'll get the woodcutter working in there pretty sharpish. We're also going to want to build a charcoal kiln, because that's going to be another easy source of exportable goods even. So we'll get that popped down just here, behind where we have these industrial buildings as it is at the moment. And let's get a little road extension in here just to connect these together. That's nice. Let's reassign the woodcutter to the saw pit and get an expansion popped on that burgage plot. And can we fit a third circle here? Need to get the camera in the right place. Right. Maybe from here? How does that... No. No is the answer to that one. That's slightly too big, so we'll zoom in a bit. Start from here. Slightly too small. Zoom out a little bit. That's more like it. Yeah. Happy enough with that. And we'll connect this into this little starting area we've got at the moment. Not the most efficient use of space, but it does look good. Albeit these roads in the middle look a little odd now, so I might get rid of those. Yeah. Okay, we've got a couple of planks, so we'll get these ready for vegetable gardens. And let's set up a limit on here, so we're not using all of our timber. We'll set that to 10. And we'll get all of these set up with vegetable plots ready. And then let's get this plot here set up for housing. Yeah. Long-term goods, yes. Because we only just set that limit. Right. How are we doing for finances? We've got 30 in the bank. So let's go over to the trading post and establish our first trade route, which of course is going to be the charcoal. And we're going to export everything that we make. And we're going to get a family working at the charcoal kiln. And we need to empty the generic storage, so we do need to quickly get someone working at the storehouse. We've got 3 timber, got plenty of planks. Let's unassign the plank worker and get them working at the woodcutter's lodge. And let's empty this generic storage. Come on, man, get on with it. 54% approval, and we've got space for people to move in, so hopefully we'll have someone moving in shortly. And we've got 225 days. Gosh, it's not a lot of time at all, is it? Before the first lot of raiders appear. Very concerning indeed. Right. Build those there. You've had your generic storage mostly emptied. Looks like you're actually in the process of doing that though, so we'll leave you there for another few seconds. So I can see you walking back and forth. And once you're done with that, as you are, perfect, you can go and work at the granary briefly. How are we doing for charcoal production? We've got 20 charcoal. Going to unassign the woodcutter lodge momentarily and go and send them to work at the trading post so that they can hopefully start exporting some of those goods. Wonderful, and that's a family moving in. We'll leave them for construction momentarily. And what do we need here for beats? 52 regional wealth or 32 for those. We'll get these two active first, most likely. And we're going to need a market area. It would make sense to have this nice and close to where our storehouse and granary are. So we'll get our first market stall area in this space here. And we've got to work at the granary, and we might leave them there. So that's going to allow them to get set up with a market stall. Wild animals 13 of 18. Generic storage is filling up there again. Let's unassign the logging camp temporarily and send them to work at the storehouse. We've got 6 timber set up aside anyway, and we'll dedicate some of that to an expansion there. And we've got 2 months of food, which is a little bit worrying. The mushrooms are a bit further away, but it might be worth us, even though it is August already, getting a shroom gathering camp plopped down. They're going to have a little ways to walk, but I think it's better off keeping it closer to the pantry, the granary, than it is closer to the mushroom deposit itself. And this is where we settled, so we've got to play the hand we've been dealt, as it were. Yes. Right, 58% approval. 4 available living spaces, we'll make that 5. And we are getting a little bit of food in from the wild animals. We may need to reduce the limit on how many wild animals we're letting them harvest. Probably on 12, yeah. Set that to 8, so bring in a bit of additional meat for the time being. Because as we get more people move in, that's going to become more of an issue. Had another family move in, so we'll send a worker back to the woodcutter's lodge so that we can keep turning that firewood into charcoal. And we're really at this stage just waiting to see that initial charcoal sale come through, which hopefully in one sale should give us enough to get a burgish plot set up with some beets, because those beets are going to be essential for helping us survive through the winter. And we're already nearly halfway through to when those raiders are going to be arriving. We've got 16 of our 20 initial militia. I don't know how many raiders come in this first attack. If it's anything like the main game, the normal playthrough, then it would be sort of 3 units, which would be hard-pressed to fight against, to be honest, with the number of people we currently have. So we may need to start thinking about making some more weapons as well. Bows are supposed to be the easiest, but to be honest, I'm a little bit more worried at the moment about actually surviving the winter as opposed to anything else. Let's get our spare family working in the forager's hut, and now we're done with construction. 100, okay, perfect. That first sale has come through. So these are 50, so I'm actually going to get 50 spent there, and I'm going to purchase a horse with the remaining funds. And hopefully that will make the difference in how much we can export. And I'm actually going to get a second family then working at the woodcutter's lodge to produce that firewood we need for the charcoal, which is our main export. With any luck, the family we've got working at this forager's hut will be able to gather enough mushrooms, although there's only 11 left and it is shrinking, so they may get a few in. That might buy us a month, the month we need to get some beets harvested. We might go hungry for a few months here, but I don't see that there is much that we can do about that. And we've got a few people moving in as well, which isn't ideal in terms of feeding them, but does help us with our military where we're already up to 20. Let's construct an initial iron pit, iron mine, which we'll put right on the edge of the deposit here. Just like that, connect that to the road there. And we'll start gathering in some iron. We're also going to need to get a family back working at the logging camp just as soon as we have another soul move in. That's what they'll be doing. And are we there with the mushrooms? There's 3 left. When that's down to 0, then we'll unassign that mushroom family and set them to working somewhere else. Hopefully they can harvest those 3 mushrooms before the deposit shrinks too far. In fact, there are a few people over there, so we might actually get them. Good. Right, we'll wait for them to come back before reassigning them. There's space for 1 more family to move in, but we don't want any more than that for the time being because we're not going to be able to feed them. And actually, we need to get a space down for the horse that's coming. So let's get down another hitching post with that remaining log we had and upgrade the other 2 to stables so it doesn't run away. And with any luck, when that horse arrives, it will massively increase the amount of exporting that we can do. And there he is, the livestock merchant bringing in our horse. And he's being taken to that stable by the looks, or straight to the trading post. It was a long way around, wasn't it? Okay. Right, go and trade the horse, please. We need the money. Right, supplies. Yes, right. We've got a few more families. So logging camp worker. Let's get you in there. We'll get that upgraded to a hitching post. And let's get a family working at the mining pit. And we've got 1 family left then for construction, which is great. 80 charcoal and 65 firewood. It would make sense to get the granary and storehouse upgraded while we can as well. 111 days until those raiders appear. Hopefully that's the last small trade that we do. Only plus 10 there from someone going on foot. But with a horse, we should be able to significantly increase the amount of goods we can take in one trip. With any luck, we'll be harvesting these beets before too long, because we are down to 1 month of food. And there's no beets yet. I'm not sure, there might be a pre-winter harvest. Usually there is. Hopefully they can harvest these up. They look pretty well grown. And then there'll be a harvest next year as well. Usually 2 harvests a year with these vegetable plots. But it remains to be seen if we've got them in the ground in time. And we've had another trade come in. So let's make sure we spend that on more beet production. And that'll see us through next year nicely, that number of beets. But the question really is this winter, isn't it? Very concerning indeed, but I don't see there's a whole lot we can do about it. It's not like we can hire in any mercenaries, because we don't have any money in our regional pot. We don't have a manor. Maybe an early manor construction would be a good tactic here. It would give us access to the retinue. And it would give us the ability to tax some of that income we've got, which might give us the ability to hire in some troops, which may be necessary. So we'd need 20 planks and 15 stone to do that. Are we harvesting those beets? Doesn't look like it. Hopefully we don't lose any families to the hunger. but it is definitely going to be a hungry winter. In fact, what we're going to have to do is down at ye old hunting camp, we're going to have to set the livestock we can keep alive down to 3, because we are going to need some food at least to tide us over the winter while we wait for those initial beats to come in, which I'm guessing will be early next year now. And just what we need. Resources being stolen by bandits. And actually, yep, there is a bandit camp very nearby, and that is perfect, because that means we can deploy our troops and we can go and take care of those bandits and give ourselves a little bit of money at the same time. They're just over there. We'll assemble our forces and we'll fight them on this terrain here, which hopefully will mean we can fight them from an uphill vantage point. We'll come out around a little bit so that we don't aggro them too early. And of course we'll walk there, we don't be running and wasting all of our energy. Energy that's hard earned given that we don't have any food. And let's unassign the mining pit temporarily and get someone working back at the saw pit. And probably don't need 2 families working the hunting camp now. We'll put another one back in at the logging camp. Our men are working their way up this hill here. Bandits are still in their camp. So we'll come out sideways now. And we'll set up our position on this slope here and hope that that's close enough to aggro them. Might need to get a little bit... No, they are coming. They're coming. Okay. Right, let's align ourselves here. We can't shield wall because we're still in that forest environment. But we'll set to push forward. Hopefully we'll break their initial charge. And then we'll push down into them. We've got a massive bonus for fighting on a quite steep slope. Hopefully that'll mean no losses and a swift victory for our men. Good stuff, we didn't lose anyone. Let's go and take that camp for our own. And we'll send that to our own treasury. And are there any other bandit camps? Not at this moment in time. So we'll send our men home. That's given us a treasury of 88, which is enough, I believe, to hire in some cheap thugs, which is better than nothing. We're not going to do it yet because we could only afford them for a couple of months, and the raid is still 2 months away. We'll send these men back to their homes and their jobs. Got a few planks being produced, and we need to get down a stone gathering camp as well. We'll pop down just here. So we can gather a few stone in so that we can get our mana built nice and early. Having said that, I don't really want our mana down here. I was really hoping we could build our mana up here. But we may have to build it lower. Down here after all. We'll wait and see. It might be that we build the mana and then move it eventually. Because we are going to need our mana before we can feasibly build it up there, I suspect. Yeah, we've got no food. Bit of a problem. Got no money. Also not ideal. Although that is something that should be being taken care of fairly swiftly. I take it we've used up all the animals that we can. It's now just a matter of seeing if we can hold our hunger and survive through the winter. We're in January, so hopefully before long we'll be digging up those beets out of the frozen ground and filling our bellies with vegetables. We can but hope. We've got no construction at the moment, so we're going to assign the stone gathering camp there. And in the meantime, we're bringing in lumber and producing planks as well. There's probably no need to make planks over and above 100 for the moment, so we'll set that limit there, so we're not using up all of our logs indefinitely. And there's some more monies that have come in there, so we'll spend those on getting some carrots planted. We'll plant 2 lots of carrots there to complement all of the beets that we have. And we could set up trade for a bit of food, I suppose. We could import a little bit of bread. We'll just put 10 there. And that we're not going to do that long term. That's literally just to hopefully, we put it at 20, hopefully see us through this bit of a food crisis we're currently in. They might not even be back with that bread by the time that we start harvesting our beets, but at least our dear residents can't say we haven't done anything about the food situation. While we've got nothing else to do with our money, we'll order in a second horse. And we probably ought to start thinking about more oxen too at some stage. How are we doing for logs? We're up to 11 timber. Let's reduce that by 1 with the workers, and also let's reduce the number of woodcutters by 1 and get someone working at the... Got the stone gathering camp working, so we'll get someone working at the mining pit. Is that bread arriving already? We just spent money, but I didn't see anything come in. Odd. I should have saved that money for food, shouldn't I? Saying we've got food, but I don't know what food that is. Yes, I know you're hungry. Terribly sorry. I don't know. I shouldn't have spent that money on that horse. That was a mistake. Hopefully now, though, we're into harvesting the beets. Just moments away, hopefully. Oh, bandit camp sighted. How far away are they? They're all the way over there. And good gravies. We're 4 days away from being raided. So I think it's time that we hired in whoever we can. Right. 1 unit of local thugs is all we can afford. I'll take what we can get. So we'll, as soon as they pop onto the map, we'll deploy them to our area. And we've also obviously got our own domestic force as well, as hungry as they might be. And we'll just have to see how we get on with the food. Like I say, we should be moments away from getting everything that we need. Let's go ahead and construct a bloomery. And also a smithy to make the tools that we need. I'll get both those down there opposite where we have the iron furnace. We can get a granary upgrade going as well. And where are our thugs? Over there. Right. Come on. You would have to spawn in all the way over there, wouldn't you? You definitely need to run. We don't know where these raiders are going to come from. It could be that they arrive way too late. Oh well. In which case, we'll just have to do the best we can with the troops that we have. We're not realistically making any additional weapons between now and then. Come on. Harvest your beets. Look, you're just there talking about it. Oh, you got your shovels out. No. No. Come on. You harvesting? You're harvesting. We should have beets. Alright. Enemy has been spotted. Brigands. Outlaws. Where have you spawned him? Worryingly close is the answer. Oh, I tell you what. Do we go and take out these brigands? With our brigands? There's no guarantee we'd win, unfortunately. Otherwise, that might be a good way to get some additional finances. Shrooms are also starting to grow. So it may be worth reassigning someone. Who to reassign? There's not really that many people available, is there? How are we doing for wood? We've got 129 firewood. Okay, we're going to reassign the woodcutter. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to leave you there. We're going to reassign the stone gatherer. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? The stone gatherer can go and work at the forager's hut. Oh gosh, we've had a family there the whole time. Forgot about that. Whoops. So those two families will get in all the mushrooms they can straight away. And I think we might as well cancel that food trade. Let's deploy our military. And let's hope that they're only going to be 1 unit in strength. So if they're more than that, we are screwed. It's the simple answer. Looks like that, is it? Okay. I feared the worst. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear to have turned out to be the case. We have our hired mercenaries, who they appear to be going for first. I'm not going to take any chances. We'll deploy our troops here. A defensive shield wall. Oh dear, we had someone starve to death. That's sad. Enemy unit, where are you? Somewhere over here. Our own troops are arriving. Our own backup troops. sacrificial troops, I'm afraid to say. Right, and finally we have food. Our beets are coming in thick and fast. So that should see us through, and the next plantation should definitely see us through the next winter. Here come the enemy. Let's rearrange the shield wall. And we'll arrange our exhausted thugs over here. And I'm afraid, lads, your job is to distract. We'll take these guys out of shield wall. Aggressive. Line them up here. And we're going to charge into the back of these brigands. Smash. And that should neatly take care of them. And hopefully we won't come up with any domestic losses of our own. Woohoo! Victory is ours. I don't want to pay you again, but I've got 12 days to decide on whether or not I do. So just in case that there are more brigands afoot, we'll keep them around and try not to forget. We will not disband our own forces for the moment either. Okay. You're sad because someone died. That was of starvation, unfortunately. Food is ticking up. And we should have some mushrooms coming in now as well. Although not immediately. And we do need to bury some corpses. So unusually for me, we're a little ways into this video and I've not built a corpse pit. Absolutely outrageous. Right, we'll build it on the King's Road there. It's where we shall dump all of our enemies. I don't think that there are any more brigands. So I'm going to disband both units. And we have survived the initial attack of the enemy. And despite the attack, we've got a rather beautiful little settlement, so far untouched by the enemy's hands. Now, as food starts to come in, which is grand, we do need to start addressing accommodation again. So let's see if we can't build a few more circles to get a few more people moving in. So, is this too large? Oh, yes. Just a little bit too large, so we'll zoom in a little bit and rearrange. And just keep doing this until we're happy. Oh, it's a nice big one, this. Not dissimilar to that first one we built here. And let's connect these up. Build a road, roughly dissecting the circle. I say roughly, as accurately as we can anyway. And put in 2 burgages. Like so. Once again, they're going to be for vegetable production predominantly. Corpse pit is finished, so we'll employ someone there, and we'll have to take our mining pit worker and send them to go and help with construction. Mushrooms 25 out of 64. How many of those have we gathered in? 5. It's not wonderful, is it? A resource is stolen. Charcoal. I'm exporting that. A bunch of twits. Okay. Well, now we've dealt with that issue, maybe we should go and take care of those bandits. Alright. Come on, men. You're needed once more. Don't run. You've got a very long way to go, and there's a big hill in the way. Oh my gosh, look at that. Didn't know there was that kind of terrain feature here. A bit nervous, to be honest, about sending my troops that far away. If we do get attacked in the meantime, we're a little bit undefended at the moment, aren't we? Right, well, let's not think about that too much. So we've got more burgage plots going in over here. I think once they're built, we probably ought to start moving some people into burgages over here. These ones, I think we'll probably be looking to put a few more burgages in there than just a larger farming one. We've got space here for another circle. So let's build one. Just to the side of the iron mine. Then we can kind of fill in the spaces in between the circles with industry, as we already have started to here. So we'll build a road down there. And we'll connect that back up to the King's Road as well. Might do that with a couple of these curvy roads. Quite like how they seem to grow off there. 2 months of food. We've got those first 20 beets in. And I imagine, as well as planting, we're bringing in a harvest all the time as well. So hopefully it won't be too long before we're harvesting those. Let's adjust the hunting camp limit to allow for 8 animals to be retained so that we're not eating our way through them too quickly, quite literally. And mushrooms, we're just doing our best given that we're quite far away. Let's get a herb garden constructed, because why not? We do have 2 animals there, so as soon as we get some additional people moving in, we can get another trader operational. And I don't know when the next attack is going to come. We'll have to just keep our eye on that. Have we arrived? We have indeed. So let's advance down to the bridge here. And see when the brigands get aggroed. Not yet. Cross the bridge. We do. I'm going to go back across it. And set ourselves up here. And we're going to go for a defensive shield wall initially. And then we'll push forward aggressively after that. So we'll just break their initial charge. Wait for them to arrive at our spears. Come on, men. You know what to do. Oh, they just... Okay. Interesting. Alright, let's push in. They just completely skipped the bridge. I didn't see that coming, to be honest. I could have set up in a much more advantageous position on this hill if I knew they were going to do that. And we have also ended up stuck in shield wall, which will double our defense, but it also halves our attack, I believe. Not ideal. I don't really want to have to disengage either, because disengaging could lead to losses. We're stabbed in the back. We might lose a troop or 2 here. Although so far things seem to be going fairly well. I guess our double defense is also doing its own work in reducing their attack. Hey, splendid. No losses after all. What we like to see. Right, swan across the river, because apparently there's no need to use the bridge, and take the camp. Meanwhile, we're there with our first burgage block. We'll get an expansion on that immediately. Let's fly over here. Well, some rich lands and plateaus over here, isn't it? I do like this. We're going to send that to our own treasury. And then we're going to run our men all the way back to the other side of Devil's Hill. They're going over the top. Gosh, they want to work out. I would have said the most efficient way was to go around the side. Oh well, don't question the AI. They know what's best, obviously. We're into May. 3 months of food. It'll be a lot worse. We've got a bit of money now as well. So I would expect it's a good time to order in another ox. And really now what we're lacking is people. Well, let's get another couple of burgages set up over here. We'll make this farm as well. Although if we didn't, how many burgages could we squeeze in here? When we come to there. It's a rather odd shape, isn't it? So not enough goods, but that would give us... The problem is a working space in the back there, isn't it? What if we came across this way? Did that. Yeah, that would give us workable spaces. The alternative is we come across the middle like that. And back up here. Ooh, our men are home. You can go to your homes. We'll probably end up doing a couple like this. Yeah, okay, why don't we do that now? Let's build. Can we get 3 per segment? You don't have a expansion space. Why do I start from that side there? Okay, and what about you? Nearly. I reckon there is definitely a way around to do this. Yeah, there it is. And we'll fill out, we'll do the same over here as well, on this side. Once we have enough goods to do so. So that will provide us with some denser accommodation. And these are going to be for vegetables. And we've got a few families moving in, which is good to see. Although they moved in there and not there, which is not ideal. Interesting how, although it was out against the outline here of the circle, there's still a rectangular construction to the fence, but not with that one there. How bizarre. Well, never mind. And we probably ought to start thinking about upgrading some of these burgages, and for that, of course, we're going to need church access. meats or animal produce. With that in mind, why don't we get in a couple of animal pens over here, and we'll get some goats ordered in for those. And do we have what we need to build our very own first church? 5 logs short, so let's get that additional family that's moved in and send them to work at the logging camp. We have 21 iron ore ready to start smelting when we have an available family to do so. Over here, let's order in, it's expensive, but I think we'll get some cabbages for you. And we'll have to wait for this side here, but we'll get an expansion popped over there nonetheless. We're up to 12 months on food now, so we've definitely taken care of that food shortage problem. How much of that is coming from the mushrooms? Not loads, 22, so I'm going to unassign one of the families from the foragers' huts based on the fact they can probably be better used elsewhere without having to walk all that way. And indeed, that's going to be on the charcoal kiln because we're running behind on charcoal now. We'll buy you some goats. And we'll hold up on expansions to those for the moment. I think I'd rather use those timbers to build more burgish plots behind. Another family moving in. And you've moved in over there, which is grand because you can start getting some of those vegetables in the ground. And I'll get that second family assigned over to the trading post. And a really pleasant little settlement we've got going here. We've defended it once already from our enemies.
If you're enjoying the video and have the time, it would warm my tea if you could pop me a like, drop a comment with feedback, or subscribe. But regardless, thank you for joining me, and no, I appreciate you.
And a really wonderful little settlement we've got going here. We've defended it once from our enemies already, and it's growing quite nicely. And because of the little circles we've got everything set up in, it's looking quite aesthetically pleasing, I must say, for a little survival settlement that we're trying to build. Quite happy with how it's going. Now, with defending against everyone that's coming against us, I think getting up to the top level, the large town, potentially is going to be quite an ask, but we'll see how we do. At the moment, we're in the foothills of the Devil's Hill, down at the bottom. I think it's going to be a little while before we move up there, if indeed we do at all. We may find that staying down here on the plateaus is a far better option for us. But we'll have to see as we expand and as time goes on, whether that proves to be a viable strategy. We need to wait for a bit more regional wealth to come in. Obviously, eventually we want to get selling weapons as well as just selling charcoal. Charcoal's just a starting resource, really. And we probably ought to start thinking about a bit of forestation as well. There's obviously an abundance of trees on the Devil's Hill itself, so it might make sense to set up our forestry industry over here and then cut out everything from here because we're going to need it for the iron deposit anyway. In that case, let's come over here and get down to business with a logging camp. Gosh, is all of this going to be too steep to build? It does look that way, doesn't it? Well, we can get here on the outskirts of this circle. So why don't we get 3 of those down and build a road up behind us. I can just hear a bandit camp being settled there. Where are they? Over here again. I think we best go and take care of them. We'll deploy our troops. And I think we'll come from the same direction as last time, so we'll deploy them to over there. And hopefully we can keep up our lossless campaign. Let's unassign that corpse fit worker, and let's not talk about how long he's been there. And we've got money coming in, so let's order in some goats there. Got 4 spots to be able to move in, so we're not desperate on that front yet. Definitely struggling on timber, but that's because we're still turning a lot of it into planks. In addition to the logging camps we've got up here, we're going to need some hitching posts. So we'll set some of those up immediately behind them, like so. And it wouldn't hurt to get down a stonecutter's camp as well. I'm going to get a stone gathering camp worker in there though, so we can start to bring in some more of those goods that are on the surface, so we don't waste all of the surface deposit. Not that it really matters, because we'll be able to get an infinite source under there anyway. But it's still nice to be prepared. And we've arrived over here. So we'll take our men down to aggro the enemy, who I think are in... No, they're not in exactly the same place, actually. So we'll come out to here instead. And we'll face them on open terrain.
Ooh. We got mixed up there. Which probably means our men maybe have their backs. Yeah, we lost a man. His back to the enemy. It didn't go well. We should have started with a shield wall, shouldn't we? It worked last time, so why wouldn't it work this time? Oh dear, typical. It simply won't do. Really ought to be more careful. Anyway, that's mine now. Thank you muchly. Once again, you've got a long walk home. Do apologise. Simply nothing I can do about it, chaps. Coming up on winter. Food is not a problem. Don't need to worry about that anymore. That's lovely to see. We've got a spare family. We can start getting iron out of the ground again. And we've got people moving in. Hopefully over here. We do indeed. So it would be nice if we get a bit of money coming through the trading post and our multiple horses. So that we can get some vegetables planted on this bit of land as well. May just have to be a little bit patient about that though. Got 122 charcoal, so that's being produced at a fairly decent rate. Speaking of which, we'll definitely want some firewood production over here as well. And yeah, we can fit those on this back road before it becomes too steep as well. So we'll get 3 of those there. And how far can we push up this slope? That's basically our limit. So we'll get a charcoal kiln down there. We might be able to get one immediately behind that as well. Maybe not. Okay. I'll have to settle for next to it about here. Let's get rid of that road actually. And then we'll just place this as high up as we can get it. Which is there apparently. And then connect that back into this road here. And actually delete that road. Because I think we can make that a little straighter through here. And then connect it through like so. Good stuff. And gosh, we've got so much food. The burgage plots are full. Disband that unit. That's given us a weapons shortage, as well as a bit of a manpower blip. Let's get the bloomery up and running so we can start making some beautiful iron. And how are we doing for timber? We've got a little bit. So let's get some more burgage plots in here. Lovely. That looks good. Oh, perfect. And then you should be plenty big enough on this side. How odd. What if we start from here? Do it this way. Yeah. Wonderful. So we've got end up with 6 in that circle, which I think is quite nice. We've then got this circle here as well, and we'll split that up. We might put 2 burgages in there, again with some farming. And this one will split up more generally, I think, with in a similar way to what we've done over here. We may not even go all the way to the centre. At the centre, we might decide to have another circle. And in there we can put potentially an open space with granaries, etc. So we are going to need to get another granary and storehouse functioning fairly soon. Because these are starting to, I say they're starting to fill up, they're not really, are they? Just talking a load of codswallop. A load of utter codswallop. Apparently we could do with another large storehouse, another storehouse worker, so we'll get one of those employed. And we should be starting to make that wonderful iron, as aforementioned. Yep, we're up to 9. So I'm quite like when we get the next family moving in to get a worker at the smithy, so we can start making the tools we need to maintain our weaponry. Are you off trading? Somebody's trading at least. Come on, I feel like we've been at 28 regional wealth forever now. Yep, and there's a family moving in. So we'll get a worker at the smithy. And we need to be making up to say, let's 30 tools is a good starting point, I think. We've got 276 in our treasury. So that's just about enough to hire anyone that we need mercenary-wise. And that might be what we start to do going forwards to avoid losing any further of our initial settlers from down here. We didn't build the manor in the end, but I'm not that bothered about that, to be honest, because through using our own troops to take out some bandit camps, we got the money into our own treasury that way, as opposed to having to tax it out of our people immediately. Quite keen to get some vegetables planted here, but it's not going to be until next year now anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. And we'll get some more animal pens over here, because goats is going to be a good way to produce some milk and also some meat, which will help with that animal produce requirement.
Let's go to trading post and get rid of those useless pelts that we're producing. And okay, we need 60 to establish that trade route. So everyone remind Typical, the next thing he needs to do with his money isn't build over here with some seeds, is to sell those. As he will forget. So I do expect you all to be screaming at the screen when it comes time for that. Talking of screaming at the screen, it's time we built a church. Wooden church, yes indeed. Where are we going to locate you? Go somewhere on the King's Road, couldn't you? How about there? Sure, why not? Put the church there, directly opposite the trading post, and we'll call it the bazaar in the foregate. Yes. Money. I was meant to do something with that, wasn't I? Thank you, everybody. Export. Indeed. Oh, good gravies. We don't want any surplus. Take it all. 0. Yes. Don't want to keep any of that back. Grand. Well, another family's moved in. The church is going together. And once we get some upgrades... Oh dear. Wrong button. Oh well. We'll get an expansion in there. Once we get some plots up to level 2, then we can start to consider getting some blacksmiths' workshops. With that in mind, let's build our granary and storehouse over here. Granary storehouse there. And how am I going to arrange burgish plots in here? Yeah, it doesn't want to stick to the outside there, does it? How bizarre. Is that because we've placed this opposite? Don't know. Who knows? Okay. So I don't want these to be any deeper than they need to be to have a functioning spot out the back. And I don't really want them to have an expanded living space either. So let's try and have them in a little wedge shape. And as triangular as we can. So we can keep going around with them. Put one there. We may have to turn off snapping every time we do this, which is going to be immensely irritating. I don't see as much we can do about it. Ooh, just big enough there, look. And snap. Ooh, and that's our church going together. Good stuff. And another burgage in here. And just keep working our way around the outside. Haven't really got a way of judging how we're finishing in the centre here, but I feel like we are encroaching. So let's come back a little bit on that one. And we'll just try and do our best. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be functional. So that we're not taking up all of the space that we don't need to. And it's going to end up being a bit of a weirdly spoked wheel, this one. Okay. How many burgages has that given us so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's quite a nice little start there. We'll hold off there for a second. Let's get these two large storehouses and granaries straight away, although we're a little short on timber to do that. Oh, bandit camp sighted. We'll pause the game there. Let's bring a road into here. And we'll just trace around the back of these properties to a degree. It's going to be quite ununiform. But I actually don't mind it. I think in future what we really ought to do, I suppose, is put another circle in the centre here and have definite snap points. I'm not sure how easy it's going to be. I suppose what we could have done is used corpse bits to mark out that line, couldn't we? We'll do that next time. In the meantime, this gives us somewhere to put a water source and a marketplace, which will just snap into the shape here as best as we can, basically. A little something like that there. So we'll wait until we get the rest of the burgages put down. Where was that bandit camp then? Over here again. So that's in Imgreben. Where is the nearest available mercenary? So there is local thugs in there, but I don't think they're going to be able to take care of it for us. And then it's Mistliz. Where is Mistliz? It's over here. So not that much further away than we are. So I am going to hire them. And hopefully we don't have to pay them for more than 1 month. So we'll start running them as soon as they spawn in. And they're not that far away at all, actually. That's just about perfect. Meanwhile, in the foothills of Devil's Hill, we're ordering in more goats. And we've got the money to put in some vegetables over here, so we'll get some cabbages planted. Let's order in an ox while we can as well. And things are looking good. And perfect, we're ready to start upgrading. So I'm going to start with these plots down here actually, because those are the plots we'll be able to convert into our artisans to start making things like weapons. We don't want to be changing over our plots that are for farms. We will of course upgrade them anyway, just not necessarily straight away. Okay. Did we miss the battle? So shoot at will. Move into position. We'll get our thugs going in as well. 22 days left, plenty of time. So we'll engage you, and you will be our screen. Move you off to the side. Ideally want you behind. What are you doing? Why are you so dispersed? Our archers can't hit anything from there. Right, allow friendly fire. You're all hired extras anyway. There we go, that's more like it. Wonderful. Hit the camp so I can fire you all. All of you that remain anyway. Speed time up a little. That belongs to my treasury now. And you can all go away. Good. Gives us influence and a little bit of a net money as well. We could, I suppose, claim another region. They're all available to us, but there's also no time pressure because we're just against raiders and brigands. So I think we'll stick to the one settlement philosophy for the time being. We've got, I think, everything we need here realistically. We may move into one other region later on where it's better fertility, I suppose. So this would be a good candidate, wouldn't it? It's literally right across on the plain from our first settlement, which will make it much easier to defend than if we settled somewhere further away. We might go ahead and claim that actually, so that we've got it ready. Yeah, we'll do that. It's got a rich shroom resource as well, so there's an initial starting food source there. And that does lend some weight to putting our keep and manor somewhere down here on the slopes, because that will better be able to defend our farmland over there. Let's continue getting these level 2 upgrades. Still got a bit of a timber shortage. I think as soon as we have people moving in over here, apart from getting workers at the granary and the storehouse, we'll send some workers to go and work the woodcutters' lodges that we've got over there. And I think with the number of trees we've got here, it's going to be some time before we need to think about employing foresters. We'll upgrade that to the large granary ready. Perfect, we've got that other region claimed. And keep upgrading here. Families are moving in. Food and fuel is good. And we've reached the medium village settlement level already. I'm going to reassign this family here to be blacksmiths. And I'm going to reassign their neighbours to be joiners. And hopefully we'll get other people moving in to take on the whole goat role before too long. And that's probably what we'll be doing over here as well. Still got money coming in. I would imagine that it's not going to be long before charcoal is worth less than it is currently. We'll set that surplus to 80. I don't think we need quite as many we've got lying around there at the moment. Keep popping these upgrades as and when we have the resources to do so. Plenty of space. We've got 10 available living spaces for people to be moving into. Join a shop. Good. You're making large shields. That's what we want. and blacksmiths, spears. And for the time being, that's going to help arm our initial militia here. I do like to go for a combination of spear and crossbows, because crossbows are absolutely devastating as they are in the game at the moment. And by having a couple of units of spear to go with them, you have the ability to put in some shield walls to stop the approach of the enemy and hold them in place with relatively little losses, because you've got that double defense, while your crossbows absolutely munch the enemy. Speaking of munching, how are we doing for munching through our iron ore? Okay, we've got through most of it, and we've got iron slabs sat around. We are fine for our 30 tools, and of course we're going to start using that iron to make spears now as well. So let's get an additional family working at the mining pit. And we'll keep an eye for when people start moving in over here. I think maybe it's worth actually putting in the expansions for all of the properties we have down here that we haven't done so already, because they're going to make those workers available to go and work on things like the iron mine over here. We've got space for burgages in here. This is protecting the wild animals, and we've got another circle here. Why don't we put another one here? Another large accommodation circle, perhaps. So we'll start just off that pit there. Not pit, but rather the charcoal kiln, sorry. We'll put a circle in there. You might want it slightly larger than that. So let's start that again. Yeah, that's more like it. Now that looks a horrendous shape, but I think it's just because it goes up the hill. I might try that one more time, just to see if some more even clicking can take care of that. Okay, that's marginally better, but I'll take it. Connect these in here. And back to the King's Road as well. And we've got plenty of space in here for other dwellings as well. We've got a reasonable amount of regional wealth also. And we've got a nice area over here set up ready for when we have more people moving in. So what are we shy on? Is it still... It looks like the animal produce has dipped slightly. And that'll be since we've reassigned some of these over here to be not our goat makers. Rather odd phrase, isn't it? Goat maker. You know what I mean. I'm not going to bother with expansions for the two artisanal areas. That would be a waste. And we're a little bit shy on plank production too. And in line with bringing our industry of the sort over to here, let's get a couple of these planky boys down. Wood slicers, I think I called them earlier, didn't I? We'll get a few of those down here to work nearer to the source of the logs at these logging camps. And once again, we're just waiting for a few more people to move in before we can start properly populating that area there. So what I think I'll do is we'll leave it for a minute. We'll wait for a few people to move into these burgish plots, and once we're in over there, or we get something exciting happen with some more brigands or bandits, you never know, then I will be back shortly. Right, okay, so we're down to just one available living space. Most people have moved in along this row here, and we've been upgrading to level 2 as we go as well. And we're just taking care of another bandit camp that's popped up, brigands. It's the second one we've dealt with in this position. We've split our military up, and we've now got 3 units of spear, which we are training up. We've got plenty of weaponry tucked away, spears and shields. So we're just building up the materials for those at the moment, and then we're really waiting for more people to move in before we can fully equip these units. Later on, we'll also be getting these crossbowmen, like I talked about earlier, but we don't have the parts to start making crossbows just yet, although we're nearly there. So let's take care of these brigands, and then we need to start building some homes. Actually, we're going to do that right now, because what I don't want to do is miss out on some immigration potential. We need people, and we need them now. So let's go ahead and get a few more of these tiny little burgages plopped in over here around this circle. And we'll just keep working them around in the same way that we were earlier, taking off the snapping tool, making sure their rear is just large enough to pop an extension in. As people have been moving in over here as well, I've been assigning them to various jobs, so the granary and the storehouse over here. I've moved the hunting camp closer to where the wild animals are. We've done something similar with the forager's hut, and we need to get those herbs back down. And we've also started to get a few people working up here, so we've got someone working at the logging camp, someone working at the woodcutters, and someone at the charcoal kiln. Enough of that. Looks like we're about to have a fight. We'll line up in this gap here. We'll set one unit to be at the front in a shield wall. We'll hold the other 2 units back on the flanks. And we'll set those to be nice and aggressive without shield walls. Want to make sure that they're engaging the right unit here. Get our troops ready on the flanks. And actually they're going for these troops here. So we will come in from a couple of different angles at once. That's great. So we're holding the shield wall there. And then we'll charge in with the rest of our men from behind. Great stuff. And hopefully that'll be another 0 lost battle for us. 3 units of 11 men tackling those 16. We've got them sandwiched in between. They shouldn't stand a chance. There we go. Absolutely slaughtered. Let's go and take that camp. Send even more money to our treasury, where there is plenty already. That belongs to us now. And then we'll run our troops home. Back to our settlement. Now, where were we? We were adding a few more burgage plots around here, weren't we? So let's keep on working our way around here. Simply lovely. Only there a quicker way to do this. There's not. So I shan't complain. And once again, we're running into a bit of a goods problem. So I have been assigning people to work at the local logging camp, as and when they become available and move in. And that's something we will continue to do. We're a little stretched on granary, so I have been also sending a few workers to go and work there. Although it might be we need to get another granary worker down here as well. Not a storehouse, granary. And hopefully that'll take care of the issue. Yep, looks like that's going some way towards it. The men are home, so we'll send them back to their jobs. Set up a limit on production for the swords and shields as well to 100 of each. And we will start to export them before too long as well, but they were using up a lot of the planks. And we don't have a massive plank production at the moment. That's something, again, we're going to be doing over here. So I didn't want to chew everything up in the interim. Splendid, that was someone moving in. We're going to send them to go and work at that logging camp there straight away. And once again, we're going to get an extension button in the back. For animals, we've got quite a few here that are goats. So it might be we start to put in some pigs as well. And you can see we're also, once again, running into that shortage we've got in terms of planks available to us. We've done a lot of deforestation around here. We've got the additional mining pit popped down. In terms of resources, we've got 200 iron slabs now, which is pretty nice. And we're working our way through all of that iron ore as it comes out of the ground as well. Just as soon as we have a few more people moving over here, we'll also want to get our stone resource up and running. But once again, we are just limited on the number of people we have moving in. Now, we could potentially move into this region here fairly quickly. As I said before, because they're so close to our existing settlement, I think I'm fairly confident we'd be able to defend them fairly easily, and that would provide us with a nice amount of barley and wheat and bread, etc. that we could send over the border into Tufselsberg for a relatively low price. And that'll help us with upgrading to a higher level down the road as well. Although I don't think the amount of money we're going to have available to us is going to be a problem, given the weapons production we're going to be able to achieve over here. It's April at the moment, so depending on how we're getting on with growth come next year, it might be that in March of next year, we look to get a settlement down here. We certainly have the money for it, so that wouldn't be too much of a problem. We're not taking advantage of those shrooms at the moment, but again, really I want the forager hut to be a worker from this area, and we've not got someone available from down here just at the moment. A few more timber have clocked in, so let's go and keep building these round, and we'll finish building out this circle so that it is full of burgage plots. And once we've done that, we can move on to one of the other circles, and it might be we need to put down, well, we don't necessarily need more vegetables at this point because we're doing pretty well in terms of vegetable production. But something we are going to want sooner rather than later, again with helping us upgrade to the next level of burgage plot, is going to be some orchards. And for that we'll need burgage plots laid out in a similar way to those first vegetable plots that we put down. So we'll get this down, then we should be able to get one more house in here. And that's one with an expanded living space, that's fine. And there we have, yes, there we have. Don't know what happened there. There we have a lovely little circular settlement. We've got some spaces in here for some food stalls. Let's finish this road around the outside. And we can't quite connect in there, can we? Which means I'm going to have to move this well. So let's demolish that and put another one down there, and then connect that road in through here. Splendid stuff. And how is market stall supply? Could still do with another family working at the granary, and I'd imagine that's a family from over here we need now. So you're a granary worker, you're a woodcutter, you're unassigned, so you can go and work at this granary. There's a few upgrades ready here, so we'll get those going. And how are we doing for planks? We've got 62 planks, so we'll put the expansions on the rear here. As we start to get more people moving in, we can start to think, oh, what's that? Enemy unit spotted. Ah, our second wave of brigand outlaws. Right, who do we have in hireable range? So, Tulsberg, Gavelbaku, and Litz. So there. Who to hire? I don't think I'm actually going to appear in Tulsberg, but I'm going to sign the contract for you anyway. Are you going to come in at the same place as the brigands? Doesn't look like it, and it is 3 units. 3 units of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18. Okay, and where are our troops? They're over here. We'll move them in. I would like to hire in more mercenaries actually, because although we do have 3 units of our own, we're definitely going to take losses in a fight that size. So let's get, I think, going to have to be Litzt. I think Gable is too far away. Yeah, it's over, all the way over here. Alright, well, we'll march in the troops that we can get at full speed. And these guys here as well. And then we will rally our own forces. We'll just have to do the best that we can. This is where it would be nice to have a fortification up and running. But we're not quite there yet. We don't really have the resources to support one yet anyway. You're unassigned. So I think I'm going to go and send you to work at this logging camp. Oh, and they're coming in quickly, aren't they? So our reinforcements are definitely not going to arrive in time, those ones. So it may just be up to our own men. In which case we probably want some reasonably favourable terrain. So possibly on this hill would be a good location. We'll march our men over there, and actually that might give us a little bit more time to get our reinforcements down in. I think we'll spread out in one line, and we'll fight aggressively, and hopefully the advantage of being on this hill will help us out. So we've got 14, 12 and 12 in terms of our men available to us. Okay. Line up here on the hill. Hopefully those brigands aren't going to go and raid. I think we'll send down 2 units here to go and deal with those. Alright, let's slow things down. Definitely don't want to get raided. That's why we've got these troops coming in here. Let's deal with these brigands, and then we'll deal with the rest ourselves. Right, let's push 2 units in on these. And then we'll charge in these brigands. We don't want to be gated into anything. How are these guys doing? Not too bad. Right, send those troops in against that unit of brigands there. These guys are exhausted, so I don't really want to push towards the enemy. But we have managed to distract those 2 units, at the very least, which is allowing us to break the enemy up here without taking any losses of our own troops. So they're reformatting. Right. We'll send all of our hired brigands to take care of this group of brigands. And then we will use our own troops to defeat this group here. And we'll charge them in. Hopefully numbers will count for themselves there. Quantity has a quality all of its own. Let's look at the wider picture. There aren't any more brigands coming in, hopefully. For the first attack we had of brigands, they sent in 1 unit of 18. This time it was 3. I wonder what that'll mean for next time. So 12, 12, 14. Okay, good. We've not lost anyone. Then we'll send our troops in to reinforce our brigands. But it doesn't look like it was necessary. Wonderful, and we appear to have seen off that invasion. Our villagers are returning to their homes. Let's get a family working at the corpse pit. And is there any camps we can take care of? Doesn't look like it. So we'll disband our mercenaries and send our own troops home as well. And a successful defense of the realm. We'll get 2 workers at the corpse pit, because I imagine there's going to be a fair few corpses to bury after that battle. As the rain lashes down, let's get some pigs ordered in here. Hopefully help with the whole meat supply. And we'll continue building those animal pen extensions all the way around. Right, we were going to use this for a couple of some more smaller burger spots, and we might still do that actually. In which case, how about putting some orchards over here and having another little region set up for those? So let's put a couple of circles together for some orchard plots. How's that circle size wise? Yeah, I think that should be pretty good. And then let's mimic one here as well. Slightly larger one there, but I don't foresee that being a problem. And then I don't know if we'll get another one here. It's a much larger one because of how the terrain is. How's that one? Overlaps there, so that's no good. What about if we get in a little bit closer here? And put a small one there. Yeah, okay, and then we'll connect those together. It's quite nice, and we might get another small one just here. Need to come a little bit away from there. And start that one again. Very nice. And I'll avoid putting one here because I don't want to infringe on the stone mining pit. We'll connect these two. And do we connect those? Maybe not for a minute. Put a connection in there though. Maybe not. Maybe a straighter connection there. Yeah, that looks a little better. And then let's split those again, roughly in 2. we might as well line up with these connecting roads. And actually, that's a good point. We can just use this to do that. Yeah. Then we'll line that up with this one too. And we'll just as well carry that one right the way through. And do the same with this one. And from the bottom there, maybe. Right, and then burgage plots. From this side then. And once again, these are for us to plant some orchards. A slightly smaller start there. Okay, it's a little bit different. Don't mind how that's turned out though. But I think we probably should have started from the other side, which is why it's done that. Although not all of these, because of how the roads are going to let us do that. So it's not the end of the world. These definitely could be bigger, couldn't they? That's okay. These ones are going to be massive. In the larger circles. And just shy on limp timber. There we go. Everything we need coming in there at the last second. And hopefully that'll be the same for these two here. One there. And one down here. Ooh, nothing in that one. There we go. Wait for that last timber to tick in. Splendid. Now they're definitely going to need their own granary and storehouse too. So we'll put these up on this top road here. And put a little market stall perhaps in this space here. So if we connect these two together, a little something like this, and then put down a granary here, a storehouse here, and then a market stall in here. Maybe to follow this top first. Yep. And then the water, just about get on the outside there. As we come into a drought, so definitely need to make sure we're getting that water in. Any bandit camps? Nope, doesn't look like it. We're well into August. Fuel is a little bit scarce, but we're expanding our capability up here when it comes to fuel. And we've got a few unassigned families. Are we done burying people? We are. So who over here does not have an assignment? You're a granary worker. You're a woodcutter. You're unassigned. So we're going to send you to work at this logging camp. You're unassigned. You're going to go and work at that woodcutter's lodge. And that leaves just 1, 2, 3... the rest of those families there. So that takes us around a decent amount of the way around the burgages that we have here. So let's get some extension on those. And we might as well, as soon as we have the planks, go around and build all of those extensions on the backs of these plots. Ready for when they move in. Just as well get that well upgraded to a stone well too. Order in a pig there and get an upgrade there. Splendid, and that's made for a lovely little community we've got growing over here. Let's order in an ox while we're thinking about it. We've got plenty of regional wealth. And I'd like to start thinking about some weapons production, ideally, in terms of getting crossbows from men, as well as just spears and shields, and of course armour as well. We can get some helmets being made. That will be a huge help to our protection. Another thing as well that I've completely neglected until this point, which is quite unusual for me actually, is clothing, which of course we'll need to get up to the next level of burgage plot, alongside beverages. And so for that we need to start thinking about sheep, and perhaps something that they can do over here for us. So let's go ahead and go to farming, go to sheep farm, and we'll get one of these popped down. Let's do it maybe in this space here. And then it would make sense to me to have our weaver's workshop to go right next door to the farm. Actually, I'm going to not put that there. I'm going to put it up here, next to where we have a granary and a storehouse. So we'll pop it just here. And we'll put the weaver's workshop next door. And whoa, zoomy zoomy. And then we'll put our first pasture in this space here. That fills that in nicely. We just as well get one in here if we can, I suppose. Good stuff. We'll then need to get a livestock trader. Go to logistics, livestock trading post, and we'll put this one up here as well. Another family moving in, and we seem to be starting to get on top of the timber production. And you can go and work at this logging camp. Huh, that must have been having its extension put on the time, which is why we skipped over that one. Let's order in some pigs for these. To again help with that meat production. And get them upgraded to level 2 as and when we can as well. Okay. Resources stolen. That means bandits. And they're over here. Right. Who can we employ? You're cheap. I choose you. And you come in at exactly the right place as well. How about that? Right, let's just send these guys in without a thought as to tactics. And mush our bandits into their bandits. There we go. And hopefully numbers win out for us. As indeed they should. Yay, good. We'll quickly jaunt over here. Take the bandit camp nonchalantly. Take the money. Sack the workers. Splendid. Good old British tactics. Right. Anyway, that aside, we need to get a worker at the livestock trading post. And we want to import 30 sheep. I know, high figures. We'll get a worker at the sheep farm as well. We will reassign that eventually to be someone that lives nearer, but for the time being it is going to be someone that's living over here. I don't see that being a massive issue though. We've got the money, so let's order in some additional goats and pigs before these families move in, so that they're ready for when they do. Winter is approaching, but food and fuel is not an issue. We have 101 planks, so I think we should build these orchards ready for when we get people moving in. Classic typical. Clicked the expansion button, not the build button. I do that all the time. Never mind. Wonderful. So orchards going in over there. 76% approval. And the next thing to think about, I suppose, is going to be some stony stones. By which of course I mean quarrying. And actually, you've made a decent dent into the stone gathering here. But I am now going to sack you. Cheerio. That's because you're going to be replaced by quarries. How many quarries are we going to fit in here? Let's turn off road snapping. Let's get one as close as we can at the top here. Starters. One there. And then... this isn't going to be the most efficient use of space here because of how our roads come in nearby. It is what it is, to be honest. Where can we get this one? But the second one there. Third one down here. Fourth there. Do we get a fifth in here? Just about do. Okay. That's not worked out too badly after all. We'll make sure they've got some nice road connections out to the surrounding areas and circles. Good stuff. And then it would make sense to me to have the stone cutters then surrounding the pits themselves. So that's something we'll do as well. While we're over here, we'll upgrade that to a stone well. keep upgrading these as they move in. Plank production and timber production definitely now has picked up. We've got a lot of people working in that industry. Let's get an ox ordered while we're thinking about it. And we may even need to get a forester, because we are definitely making a dent in the Devil's Forest here, as I suppose I should call it. It's Devil's Hill. But there is a very large forest, so perhaps it's not that much of an issue, but I like to think ahead. So we're going to get this one placed down over here somewhere. If we can find a spot to tuck it in. Yeah, the outside here seems sensible enough space. We'll get 3 down there to future-proof us to a degree. And we've had a family moving over here, so why don't we get some apples for you? We'll get that planted. And we've got our first sheep moving in as well, which is grand. And things do seem to be rather picking up and heading in the right direction, which of course is wonderful to see. We have spare families, so I'm going to get a family working at this quarry. And we're going to go straight ahead to the, what's it called, stonemason station. And we'll put down 3 of those there, and a 4th and a 5th there. So we can get one of those operational fairly on as well. And we'll actually upgrade that to have 2 workers at that property there. And you are meant to be an orchard. I pressed the wrong button, that's why you don't have one already. Check the map for signs of baddies. And look at this, it just looks fantastic. It does look a lot like me to a certain resistance is futile control system. But, you know, why not? That's a load of circles and lines. It's bound to look fairly similar, isn't it? Upgrade. Splendid. So people are moving in at a fair rate of knots. It is still just +1 a month. We're not far from +2 monthly migration a month. And once we get some clothes and some apples and pears and quinces into people's hands, I think we'll probably tick over into 80%. And we're definitely going to need that because, again, it's really the military we need to be filling up, because I'm assuming these raids that are coming on us are going to get progressively worse. We went from 1 to 3, so I don't know what the next one's going to be. It might be 4, it could well be 6. I'll have to wait and see. I suppose if it's tripling each time, it could be 9 units. The unknown is certainly a dangerous and scary place. Oh dear, we're cold. That reminds me, how are we doing in terms of stall supply? Not great. So let's get another storehouse worker in there. And we should probably start to employ people at these 2 as well. Let's upgrade them to the large ones while they're not in use anyway. It's been a little while since we've ordered an ox, so let's order an ox. And we'll want to do some specialisation again before too long, and that's so that we can be producing everything we need for crossbows. To that end, I'm actually going to remove that road there, and I'm going to put in some dense accommodation in here. So I'm going to come roughly to the centre and see if we can't replicate what we did in the larger camp, or the circle rather, here. May need to come across a little bit further there. Okay. We need a little tip there, don't we? I'm not sure how many of these we're going to fit in realistically. Turn off road snapping. No. Right. Demolish those. Let's put in that road after all. And then we can do something similar to what we did over here with 3 either side of the road. I think that's probably going to be an easier way to set these up. Start from this side. And we definitely want space for an extension. Turn off snapping. May have to do quarters with these. What about if we start from the inside? Even worse. Maybe this isn't the place to do little burgish plots. Let's try something a little bit different. Let's go on the inside here. Yeah, we have to do something like this. We snap out here. So it's more or less what we want. There's definitely space for more extensions than that though. Come on. I know you're in there. I know you're in there. There's space in there for you somewhere. Let's try from this side. And it's just that. Almost, isn't it? Do that road again. Let's try this. How weird is that? But it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots. That one doesn't have anything else to do though. What about... Ah, that's better. Happy with that. Might put some gardens in the centre there for some vegetables because they are slightly larger plots than I was envisioning. Right, while we've been absolutely faffing about that, we've got a few more people moving over here. Let's get a worker at one of the stonemason stations. Anyone else moved in over here? No, not for the moment. Still finishing up moving over here. Just one more burger spot to go on this side. Food's looking good. Could definitely do another granary worker. We're actually already at 3 in that one though, so it's probably worth employing someone at this one over here to help the supply. And what do you do for a job? You're a trader. Do you work at the livestock trading post, do you? You do indeed, okay. Well, that's a good place for you to work. It's not such a great place for this granary to work though, so I might reassign you. What to do? Let's get another granary down just here to help service a few areas, because actually these plots are going to need servicing as well. And then let's get a market stall in here, like so. And we'll start populating these two with workers once we've got people moved in on this side. How are we doing for our militias? Okay, we're up to plus 15 on each of our spear, so that's good. And I'm going to make the end 2 of you into... I'll make you all vegetable. You're only small vegetable plots. But there is reasonable usage of the space here. And it frees you up to do other things as well as your own gardens. Whereas over here, they're spending a lot of time on their extensions. Hopefully though, people move into these first. They were built first. I'm not 100% convinced it's how the game always works, to be honest. Now, I have completely forgotten that I was considering settling this region over here. I did say it was depending on how growth was going. I think growth is going pretty well over here. But it is nevertheless necessary, I think, to get the production we'll have from over here in terms of our farms. Now, if we look at fertility, barley, okay. Definitely don't want to be getting our first plots plopped over that to barley. And then emmer fertility, pretty great everywhere, isn't it? Apart from around the road here. So this might be an excellent place to get our first little settlement. In fact, we might just stick inside of the road here. It's close enough here that it's defendable. Could we get any closer? By there. Emma. So it would be nice even if we had the settlement along here, perhaps. It is right next to us then. What about this copse? It's a little bit far away from the mushrooms though. We'll just start here. So I'm going to take a road, shock horror, typical starting with a road, and another shock horror, typical is starting with a circle. So I just want to see if we can get a circle in here somewhere. So that overlaps. Let's come down and zoom in a bit. Let's also turn on the curve. Can't be having a non-curved circle. Too big. Zoom in a little bit more. Too big. Bring that down a bit. not far off. If we do that again, but starting in the right place. So let's just work our way back and forth with the tool here. Make sure we're not hitting either of those roads. We're not, but I can come down this way a bit. Like that. How's that looking? Oh, it's pretty close to the river, but I reckon they're just about good. So let's see if we can't draw that. Oh, perfect. Just what we were after. Let's make sure that circle's about right. Good stuff. Then we'll connect up to the road here. And here. And then let's get our administration. Settlers camp. Blomp. Perfectly in there. We'll go for a modest start, because we do need that money for mercenaries. And we'll follow a pretty similar start to what we normally do, so we will move that there. Get another one plonked down, and order an ox straight away. We won't, because we moved it. That was wrong. That's okay, we'll survive. A granary and a storehouse. We'll pop there and there. Logging camp, which we will pop on this side of the river, would seem to make sense. We'll just follow the river with a road here. And plop that down there. Where they can still easily get across. A little road in there as well to make access for that easier. Little crossroad there. And we'll definitely want to get foraging nice and quickly. Get a forager's hut and we'll pop that one there. Okay, we'll leave them to it for a second. Back over here. Been a while since we ordered an ox. Let's order an ox. This lovely little rundling settlement here has developed nicely. A large water source in there. Let's buy in some carrots and cabbages over here. Ready for when we have people move in. And I suppose we could do the same over here, couldn't we? So we've got apples. Let's get pears, quinces, apples, pears, quinces, apples. And can't quite afford pears there because it costs a ridiculous amount of money to get in there. That's fine. Speed time along. We've got 13 available living spaces. So we're not shy of people here. Let's get another worker at the stonemason station. And then hopefully, once a few more people move in, we can get them over here. Let's get another... How are we doing for timber? Planks. We're okay for planks. Maybe we don't need someone else working on them just yet. Plenty of charcoal, but could do with a bit more firewood. It would be nice to start exporting some weapons. So let's go and set our limit over here at the blacksmith. I'm going to take away your limit. Come to the trading post, get a third worker. We've already got 3 horses, so that's fine. And we're going to export anything over 90 spears. So we'll get that up and running. Over here, let's get 2 families there. Family at the granary and the storehouse. Didn't move the goods inside before it started raining, but it doesn't look like they've been ruined. Order an ox. And let's actually take one of those families and get them starting to work at the forager's hut straight away. With 147 mushrooms from this rich deposit and us starting literally right next to them, we shouldn't struggle for food here like we did in our other region right away. Fantastic, and that's a nice close neighbour to our first settlement. That's all of the goods tucked away nicely, so we'll unassign the granary and storehouse worker. Actually, we'll keep granary because we need them to go and get the goods out of the forager's hut. Some resources stolen there. That means we need some bandits we need to take care of. And they're over there. We just spent a bunch of money, so we don't really want to do that again. So we'll rally our own forces and go and deal with them ourselves. Excellent. We've got a few families now starting to move in here. So we'll get a worker at the granary. If we can get this to update. Yeah, there we go. Get a work at the granary and also at the storehouse. And you don't live too far away, so that's fine actually. And let's deploy our troops. And we'll be taking them on somewhere along here at the edge of the pass. People are understandably not very happy. They don't have anywhere to live. But we'll take care of it. Don't you worry. You've got some lovely massive shrooms to smosh your faces into. And we've got a few timber coming in. Let's go ahead and build our first couple of burgages. And I think we'll do, again, something fairly dense here. So why don't we try and build a little internal road here? Something we didn't do in our other settlement but could here. So what if I put down a number of corpse bits? Lovely, that works quite well. And then we'll join these 4 points together. And then I'll take this road tool and go roughly between the other 4 points. Delete the corpse bits. And hopefully this will give me a fairly good guide on an internal circle. If I just connect up, not those, sorry. If I connect up these and halfway along these, little something like that there. That gives us an almost circle. Is that too small? Might be too small. Let's see if I can't get this camera positioned here. I'm just going to spin the tool around to see if I can get it moving roughly in the right place. And where it isn't, if I move up and down ever so slightly, hopefully I can get it to be in the right place. How's that? Too close there. So that pretty much follows the one we've already got. I'm getting dizzy just looking at this. Okay, let's try there. So it's not central. Just need to move slightly further up this way. So moving the cursor just makes it bigger, doesn't actually change. We zoom in a little bit. Maybe that will have the desired effect. How's that? Not perfectly centre. Is it good enough? What size does the burgage plot need to be here? I'll snap to that road now. For goodness sake. Why won't it snap to this one? Just built this. Is this one of those things that it's before? I know why. I built this road before I moved into the region, which means I need to go over the top of it. It's before I settled the region I built the road. And if you do that, when you do settle the region and go to snap a burgage plot to it or anything, it's like, this road doesn't exist. Don't know what you're on about. There we go. That solves the problem. Right. Circle. Somewhere in here. Let's see if we can... I think the corpse bit probably is the way to do this. Or do this the old-fashioned way. I say old-fashioned, wasn't that like I did a build guide on this? Should remember really, shouldn't I? Let's take a cross in here. And then just use that as an approximate guide. A little something like that there. Yeah, okay. I've seen worse circles. I should know, I've built them. And then, yeah, that's going to work quite nicely. So let's take that road there as our connecting point. And then put our first burgage plot in here. I don't want these to be any bigger than they need to be. That's nearly perfect there, isn't it? A little too close there. Right, that's 1. 2. And we're running into resource problems there. That's fine. Well, that gives us a starting point. I think we want fairly dense here. because a dense arrangement there gives us lots of accommodation in a small space, and primarily we're going to be focusing on farming here. We will put some more burgish plots in with vegetable plots, but we'll probably do that a little bit further over here. If that gets construction going, we'll come back as and when we have more timber. Let's keep an eye on these troops as they move into position. As we come up the tree line here, we might just be in range of aggroing these troops here. We'll line up here to start with. And no, haven't quite aggroed them. So we'll push in a little further. I'll definitely aggro them. There they are. So we'll just line up where we are. And we'll get ready to box them in. Okay. Let's charge everyone in. And we'll just mosh pit them. Wonderful. Don't think we lost anyone doing that. Wasn't exactly a tactical battle, was it? How are we doing on dressed stone production? Those are from my treasury. Bring the lads home. We have got... we've got 47 wool. So it would be good to get someone working at the weaver's workshop before too long. If I assign you, where do you live? There. Okay, could be worse. You're next to the sheep, actually. That's fine. So we can start making some yarn. And then 26 rough stone. 70 dress stone. Okay, not far off upgrading the church then in that case. Let's check in on this location. 6 timber, so we'll keep on building these burgages. Going around the outside here. I don't really want to double them up, if we can avoid it. Lovely. I really like how these circular plots work. It's actually a surprisingly efficient use of space, which I wasn't really expecting, to be quite honest with you. Our men are home. You can all go back to your day jobs. Speaking of day jobs, get someone working at the forager's hut again. And we need to have a lime kiln, which we just as well... Oh, perfect. Pop it in there. And we'll need a clay furnace. Clay's all the way over there, so I think we'll probably order in clay. And we'll get that just in here somewhere. Might make sense. Yeah, we're going to be importing it, so clay's going to be coming in here, so maybe down here actually. Clay furnace there. Order in a horse because we can. Go to trade. And we want crafting materials. Clay. And we're going to import that. Whoop. We probably want about 50 at any given time. Goodness, so many clicks. So many clicks and so few of them went right. 50 clay. And wait for our lime kiln to be up and running. And then we'll set a limit on tile production as well. We don't want too many tiles at any given time. A few upgrades down here to be made. It's going to be a little while before we have any fruits coming in, but it's on its way now at least, if a little bit delayed. Oh, and we're up to small village in our other settlement. Got to work with the lime kiln. And let's get a tile limit of 100 here so we don't burn through all of our finances in buying in clay. And we've still got 10 available living spaces here. Right, so what are we going to pick over here? We're going to be doing farming predominantly. So what do we want then in that case? Don't really need Born of the Alps. So hinterlands. Efficient farming elevation, not loads of elevation to do. Cheaper animal imports. It's okay, but not great. Increased mining labour, so we're not really doing any mining. Increased regional wealth from burgish plots. Reduced upgrade. Salt line reduction. Might not be a bad idea to have small holders. We could actually do some small holdings then in that circle we set up. Don't need the hunting hounds because we're just supplied off mushrooms. Woodwright journeyman. Right, well, given there's not much change, I think we'll probably go for the small holders. There we go. That's that selected. Now we've got 2 months of fuel, so we're definitely going to want to go ahead and get the woodcutter's lodge popped down, and we'll put that right next to where we have the logging camp. We've got an additional space for someone to move in, and we're up to 5 timber. Let's go ahead and get down a well. Irritating that we can't get one right next to us. Pop one here. What was that? Bandit camp sighted. We'll have to take care of that. So we'll get that there. And let's build a couple more burgage plots around here. Good shenanigans. Oh dear, building requires maintenance. Repair it then. Good grief. The micromanaging jobs people will come to you to do as a ruler, honestly. Right, bandit camp, ugh, all the way over there. How are we doing for monies? Okay. I suppose we'll send our men. Don't need all 3, but we're going to send all 3. Because it will reduce the chances of anyone dying. And generally, we want to avoid having deaded people. Need a few more people to move in before we can get someone working at the clay furnace, but it is one of our next priorities. We've got a lime kiln worker, so we're making hopefully a decent amount of mortar already. What are we up to? Where is it? Hello? Oh, no mortar. I guess we've only just had someone start working there. Never mind. Market stalls, granaries, could do with more help. That's why we built this one over here. Get a worker there and upgrade that to a large granary. And our troops have only just left. That's fine. Over here, still not much progress. That's fine. We are going to need to get a worker at this woodcutter's lodge fairly prompto. And there we are, someone moved in. How convenient a timing. They've got a source of water. I'm sure that's making everyone very happy. We've got a worker in the granary, so we might as well have a market stall for them to sell their wares. Can we squeeze that in here? We can get 4 in there. Oh, we might as well go in. Yeah, no, we want it right next to you, don't we? Let's go here. Get a few more in there. So you'll set up a market stall. So people would be happy because then they have access to food and water. Honestly, what more could they possibly want? Let's order in that ox that we never ordered. And we'll get another burgage built as well. Like so. Ooh. Don't want to spin it. Good stuff. Once again then, waiting for people to move in. Oh goodness, we never got past the rallying stage. Come on. There's work to do. Bandits to kill, money to steal. Deforestation here, definitely going on at a fair rate of knots, but we've got foresters ready to take up the slack when the time comes. And we hopefully are making our way towards the required tiles, etc. I know we haven't got a worker down at the the clay furnace just yet, but we shall. No point in that though before we've got the required mortar. And what are you doing? Transporting and waiting. If we could work a little faster, that would be grand. Someone else has moved in, so we'll get a worker down at the clay furnace so we can start making some tiles. And actually you come from there, so that's a perfect little place for you to come from. We've got space for an additional family here, so I think we will... Oh, bother, actually. That's at the blacksmiths, isn't it? Never mind. Well, I guess we'll have even more people to help at the blacksmiths. Some of the trees are up to a decent level of planting, actually, so hopefully it won't be too long before we have some fruit on the market. And then once we've filled up these plots here, we'll need to start thinking about moving over here, potentially. Perhaps some more dense burgage plot arrangements. And they're stealing our stuff. It's no fun. Right. Our men are here. We'll deploy them across the river. And then we will slaughter the enemy with our superior numbers. stuff. And job done. Certainly more fun, isn't it? Attacking with overwhelming numbers. No need to worry about the men dying. You don't fancy going, do you? You might as well start going home then. In that case, once again, it belongs to me. You can go home. Got a reasonable number of sheep now, and we are up to 43 yarn. It would be good then to get one of these burgages, possibly someone down here actually. Though you have got an expansion there, haven't you? Ideally someone without an expansion, so one of you over here, not you. Assigned then to a tailor's workshop. Out of money? It's probably from importing all of those sheep and clay, isn't it? I guess we'll have to wait then. Oh, there we go. Didn't have to wait long, did we? We'll get you set up as a tailor's workshop. And hopefully the clothing supply will tip us over that approval edge to get us making 3 families moving in a month. Are you moving? You're not, are you? Oh dear. Simply won't do. Just wasting all your time over there. Let's check in on our neighbouring settlement. Food and fuel is looking okay here. Let's finish building around these burgages. Ooh. Never used to click that button by accident, that's new. And follow these along here. That's too small. Extend that across there a little bit. Yep. And then a last couple in here. Get one more in here. Yeah. Good. What's that giving us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 burgish plots. Wonderful. A whole bunch of workers. Let's get someone working at the storehouse. Food is 9 months, so that's okay. Let's get a trading post and charcoal kiln set up. Charcoal kiln there. And as that's one of the King's Roads, we could also, I suppose, put down the trading post in here as well, couldn't we? It's just opposite then as well. Do we have any stone here? We do. So let's get a stone gatherer's camp down so we can bring that in. I just need 1 log to come in for us to do that. Which on that note, got enough people. We can get 3 families at the logging camp, 2 working there at the woodcutter's lodge. And then that'll hopefully give us the material we need for that logging camp. And still have a family for construction. And how are we doing? Could do with someone else working at the storehouse, but that'll come in good time. Although we could grab someone from the foragers' huts actually, while they're not doing anything in winter. Full of logs. It's a nice problem to have, isn't it? Do the additional work at the granary, but what else is new? They always want more granary workers. And upgrades where they can be had, we shall distribute. Garments. What, do we have one type of foraged vegetable around? No, we've got plenty of different varieties, just being picky. The garments and beverages. Beverages, obviously, are a little ways off at the moment anyway. And you guys can go back to your jobs. Don't need to be sitting around. Right, so we've got the clothier in here. Let's make sure you're making clothes from yarn, otherwise you're not much use to us. What's your job? Warehouse worker, don't want to be reassigning you. Forager, yeah, we can reassign you. So you are going to be a bower's workshop. How are we getting on for production? 200 spears, 99 shields. Why aren't we exporting more of those spears? Got 4 horses. Haven't got 4 workers there yet. Maybe let's assign an additional worker. Bower's workshop. I want you to make crossbows. So we need iron parts and planks for that. So your neighbour is going to become a blacksmith, who's going to make iron parts. And I know you are a storehouse worker, and that's something we're going to have to deal with. But I'm not going to overly worry about that at the moment. Nothing else aggressive appearing on the map just yet. I was assuming that this was going to be a bit harder, this game mode, but you know, I'm sure famous last words if ever I heard them. We'll have to wait and see what comes at us. 5 available living spaces. Food is still okay. We've got everything built here, so let's get a couple of workers at the charcoal kiln and someone work at the stone gathering camp. And maybe we should actually not be exporting charcoal, because is that down? It is down, but it is still worth 2. We can't actually afford that trade yet anyway, so we'll start with firewood. And we'll export everything over 100. And let's get a family working there as well. So we'll take one of the logging camp workers and send them to work at the trading post. And we need to get a wood slicer in. Put you there, next to the river. And it might be an idea to start thinking about some additional burgage plots to produce us a little bit of a vegetable production. So, can we fit a couple of circles in here? Oh, very nice. Oh, lagged right at the wrong minute there. That's right, we won't move the camera. And we'll just, oh, moved it then. Won't move the camera, and we'll just click round from here. That's a bandit camp I can hit. Ah, it's not that the camera moved. It's that we're a bit too close to the river there. So, let's bring it in a little bit. Make a slightly smaller circle. Good, and we'll put one here as well. Not being funny. As good as this circle method is, I'm genuinely getting motion sickness from it. Hope you aren't as well. That'd be a rather rubbish video, wouldn't it? Just giving everyone motion sickness. If you're getting motion sickness from this, I do apologise. And I hope that the rather pretty looking settlements go some way to making up for it. Typical apology there. Okay, connect that in. Go and deal with the problems we've got. Which is a case of, once again, rallying the military. And over here, let's get some road connections. Like so. And dissect these. Get some burgage plots in them. They're not quite large enough, are they? What we intended. Ooh. Ooh. That's new. Ooh. Typical's made a discovery. That could work quite nicely. Okay. Right, we'll get those constructed there. And while I recover from my motion sickness, we'll come back over here and see how we're getting on. Still only got 3 unassigned families. But we did assign a whole bunch of people before we left, actually. And we've got people moving in down here as well. We'll get that upgrade going. Have we got everyone moved in over here now? It looks like we have. So all of our orchards are planted up. And we need to deploy our military, like we were saying. Go over there. And do we have everything we need for a church? Yeah, we do. So let's get the church upgraded to a larger one. And we've got 174 dressed stone, 114 timber. We're not... Oh, enemy unit spotted. Oh, bother. Looks like one of my units was running and the others weren't. Let's bring our others in as quickly as we can. Hopefully we don't take any premature losses as a result of that boo-boo. 19 there at the moment. I think that's everyone that was in it. I don't think we've lost anyone yet. And charge our other units in for support. We should massively swing things in our favour. That's interesting. It looks like our unit took a debuff then from our own charge. That's something to consider for future. Yeah, let's go and take that bandit camp. I assume those were the bandits. Yeah, it looks like it. And nothing else on the map to worry about for the moment. Just our ever-growing circles. Now, as I was saying, we might not be terribly far off just being able to go straight for a manor made of stone. We are going to need a few more workers, I think, at the quarries to make that happen, so let's get another person employed down there. We've actually only got 3 burgage plots left for people to move into, so we're definitely going to need to start thinking about a housing expansion over here. Now, that belongs to my treasury. I know we said in the past that it might be worth expanding into this circle, but actually we need more workers to work the quarries here. So it might be time to start filling in some burgage plots. And I know this is going to hurt everyone, but in something that isn't a circle. I know, it's very sad, but we can't realistically fit circles in these spaces. Not ones with a decent number of burgage plots. So I think what we'll do is we'll just build along the King's Road here. Take off the snap point there. And, ooh. Not efficient use of space, but nice use of space. So we'll build that there. And then we'll connect some roads up around here. Like so. I think that's fine. So that's going to be a nice expansion of the dwelling area there. And then we can still expand into here in future and occupy those foresters' huts. As for where our manor is going to go, I'm still not decided. It might be here. I don't know if the slope is too much to have a manor here. Guess we could have a look, couldn't we? If we take the manor tool. Yeah, okay. It's not too steep there. And what have we put down the course bit tool? So there's a few spots here that aren't too steep. It's like a little plateau here. So build the manor there and hopefully we'll be able to build some walls around it. Either that or we go down here. That might be a more sensible option. The alternative being all the way up here, but as you can see, access-wise, you'd have to build it here, then you'd have to march all the way down here, and all the way down there, before you get anything buildable again. It's a very long way from our settlement. It's actually more reachable if you settled on this side of the hill. But we're not, so we won't dwell on that too far. I suppose the alternative is to have the manor in the outer area here. I suppose that would protect our main settlement, but then we'd have to ship all of the stone over into this settlement to build it. I think we will put a small one here. Let's not worry about that for the moment though, because we're busy with construction down here. And how are we getting on over here? We've got a little bit of money that's come in, and people have been moving in as well. We need to get some planks made, so we'll get the saw pit operational down there. And we need to augment our food that we're getting in from the mushrooms, because we've got quite a few people here and it's not taking care of everyone. We should also get some burgage plot expansions here. So let's get in... yes. There's a reason I hadn't done that yet, and it's a severe lack of planks. Which is why we've got someone working here now. Let's set up some limits here. So we want a timber reserve of 12. And let's get a vegetable plot in there. And the same in here. And can we get another little circle in here? Might be a bit tight, this one. Yeah, no, let's not worry about that. Can we instead fill in some of the space here? Anything approaching a usable burgage plot? Oh, that one we can. Don't know what they're going to do with this space. But I'm interested to find out. So we're going to build it. And what about here? Again, a very interestingly shaped burgage plot. I'm fascinated to see what it looks like. I might even take if I come a bit further along here first. Then build a road across here to snap to. What shape is that going to give us? Start one click over there. It's there and there. Yeah, sure. And is that the answer for this as well? Not really. Not going to fit one in there. That's fine. Beets and carrots. And yeah, increasing its yield. We'll make both of those small holdings. I think that makes a lot of sense for these vegetable plots. We're going to need them as well because the food situation here is not fantastic. Popping back over here. New burgages have gone up nicely. Let's complement those new burgage plots with some additional market stall, granary and storehouse locations. So we'll get those in here. A little something like that. Oh, we never bought pairs for that, did we? Right. 1, 2, 3, 4 enemy units. And they're all coming in from over here, presumably. They are indeed. Right, so who can we hire in for this latest raid? Got a fair few of our own defenders at this point. Oh, that would be good. Hamulek. Or Liched. Ooh. Okay. We can spawn right on top of them and do for them right away. Gonna hire in these guys. And immediately form up. In a shield wall. And then we'll bring our other units in behind. To each flank. My mercenaries are better than yours. Right, we don't want these guys getting away towards our town. So I think what we'll do, we'll just go high aggression and push right in. We significantly outmatch them in terms of quality of troop. So I can't foresee it being an issue in terms of taking care of the enemy. We'll push in with those troops there. And we're engaging 2 units here, but again, given the quality of our troop compared to theirs, I don't see that being an issue. And numbers-wise, actually, they're evenly matched anyway. As for these guys, they should absolutely devour these enemies. And the perfect fortuitous end here, I think, realistically, is hiring in mercenaries. Able to take care of them before they even get anywhere near our own bases, our own towns. Alright, last one to break. And for the cost of 110 coin, we have saved the need for any of our own men to fight. Splendid. Right, back at home. No one's moving into these yet, but it will be very soon that they do, because we're almost done with people moving in over here. Let's upgrade those, and with a few of these additional families we've got moved in, let's get another worker at the quarry. Upgrade that storehouse there. Imagine the storehouse and granary supply chains are a little stretched. Yes, they are. So we'll definitely need to get a few extra workers. Let's get someone working at that granary over there, for starters. And then let's get some more burgish plots in this space here. Little something like that there. You can get 4 if we go around to the corner. Prefer that. Yep, and can we get any in here? We can, they're not going to have any other use though, but you know, sometimes additional population is just what you need anyway. Let's go back over to our settlement here, get that upgraded to a small holding. So we've got 2 small holdings there, and that's the perfect little small holding actually, a great use of space. I know we've got fertility on this side, but it doesn't look like we're going to be stepping on too much if we put another circle or 2 here. It's a little too small, just needs to be a little bit bigger than that, and we'll come close to the road as well. Oh bother. Oh bother. Clicking too frequently. Right, so put 1 here.
too small? No, it's basically the same. And then another one here as well. Mouse too close to the center of the screen. Okay, slightly larger one there. Not that I think that'll be a terrible issue. Let's see if we can't make those into small holdings as well. Right, how do we do this? Yeah, something like that there. And see if we can't replicate that on this one as well. Doesn't matter which side you start from here, I think. Okay. And we would like that to have an extension on it, so we'll put that there. And that'll give us 4 small holdings for producing vegetables, and hopefully that'll provide us with a reasonable amount. We've got tons of planks, so let's make sure we get all of these extensions put on. Ready for some animal produce, and we'll also get a couple down for honey, but we don't have the finances for that yet anyway, so there's no point worrying about that too much. We're not going to be bringing in a lot of money by exporting firewood, so it would be good to get that changed over to something else fairly quickly as well. And we may open up a joinery and sell something like wooden parts. Right. All of those under construction there. Talking of wooden parts, let's head back over here. So we've got a armourer. You're making swords, which is not actually what we want to make. We want to make iron parts. I imagine we've got a whole bunch. Yeah, 105 sidearms. We might as well sell those. I'm not going to use them. So we'll go to trade. And we'll export sidearms. We don't need any. Might make some more in future when we've got additional free workmen, but that's not right now. So then all we need is planks and iron parts. Yeah. So with iron parts being constructed, before too long we should have ourselves some lovely crossbows. Where do we get 6 warbows from? I guess before we switched over to crossbow production. We've actually got some clothes as well, so I imagine that's making people happy. And indeed, we're up to 80%, which is that +2 monthly migration. So quite quickly, we should fill up these 14 free burg plots. Let's get a few of these set out with extensions on the back. And we are struggling for money again, actually. Are we making too many tiles? How many tiles are we up to? 95. Then we're nearly done importing with the clay then. We've got nearly 500 iron, but we are going to be using it, so I don't really want to be exporting that at the moment. We need to start making leather as well before too long. But let's get a couple of extensions on here. Make a couple of them, or maybe just that larger one there, into a burgish plot for vegetables. Bit of brain lag there. Cool. And military-wise, yeah, we're starting to fill out some of our crossbow ranks, which is lovely to see. We're looking fine for food and fuel. Over the border, not so great on food, but fuel is absolutely fine. Money-wise, we've got planks being produced now. What do we need to get up to level 2? Meat, fishes, animal produce, and a church. Well, we can certainly get on and build the church, can't we? So let's pop that opposite here. Actually, let's not do that. Let's pop it in here. Because we can't farm in here too much anyway because of the mushrooms. I know that's in the way of the barley. It really is in the way of the barley, isn't it? Fine. Where can I put it where it's not in the way of the barley? Here. Okay. There it goes. These two need to have vegetable gardens put on them, and then they'll become dedicated as well. And might as well do the same for you here. That's a little vegetable production zone. This looks really nice here, doesn't it? Really like how that looks. Upgrade that to a stone well to make sure everyone is nicely covered. We probably ought to upgrade these. We probably ought to open up some new ones over here as well. So let's get a granary and storehouse over here. And let's see if we can't put a market stall in this gap to service those men. I'm not used to flicking between 2 regions anymore. So much to do. Right, you need upgrading, that's fine.
Few people have moved in. 268 on dress stone, 9 on rough stone, so we do need another quarry worker as and when we can, so we'll get you in there. Let's get a worker in the storehouse and the granary and upgrade that granary. Definitely need more workers in the storehouses, that's what I'm learning from that there. Oh, you're ready for an upgrade, so we'll pop that one in. We don't need anyone working at the livestock trading post for the time being, so we can free you up. And got a stone church there which has been completed, which is lovely. People moving in down here. So let's get an additional worker at that quarry as well. Food 17, fuel 10. And you can have a goat and an upgrade. It's your lucky day. You will be planting cabbages. And then let's get some regional wealth again. What are we spending so much money on here? Let's look at records. Spent 900 on sheep. 1496 on clay. That's ridiculous. But we've got our roof tiles now, so we should be done with importing those for quite some time. That's one positive, at least. And we're still at that plus 80% approval, so 2 monthly migration, so we'll fill up these nice and quickly. And we're getting there in terms of the sheep pennage. Let's get a... how are we doing in terms of yarn production? We're fine. We're turning all the wool into yarn. Let's get another worker at the sheep farm. And then let's make sure we've got enough space for a few more sheep. So we'll fill in some more of this unused space in here. Where I can. Sure. And then we'll do the same. On this side. Hopefully the altitude isn't too high here. No, it looks like it probably should be fine. And this one we'll make nice and big. We'll just bring it out to there. Let's bring that down a little bit further actually and just fill in this space. No point having it any bigger than 100 really. Because you get diminishing returns. As in, they don't actually ever hold more than 100, even if you've got space for it. In my experience anyway. A wonderful harvest season. Despite the fact we're not harvesting anything. And a lovely little save as well. It's just wonderful, isn't it? Just wonderful. You are going to be veggies, and you can be beets. That's all you can afford. You're also going to be a small holding. And let's get a worker at the granary and the storehouse and upgrade both as well. We need a bit more money to come in. We've got 66 planks. It's going to be a minute before we can upgrade anything. Because we're not going to have meats, fishes or animal produce for a little while. So I think we might as well go straight ahead and start exporting planks. Well, they're only worth 1 though. What else could we make here? You need level 2 burgish blocks to basically make anything, don't you, these days? Well, maybe charcoal would be the best thing then. Is that still trading at 2? It's not. It's only trading at 1 anyway. Okay. Well, in that case, planks it is. So trade, planks, export, and we probably want a surplus of, say, 30. Anything over that we'll sell to bring in a little bit of extra money. And we look fine for food here as well. Wait. Yep, fine for food. We've got 30 on that front, and we've got small holdings. Lovely. Let's get a few additional expansions on living spaces where we can as well. So don't have to build any more burgages immediately. Granary and storehouse supply is fine. So really we're looking into moving into farming here next. We're not going to get those farms in this year though, so what we could do though, we've got 9 timber, 78 planks, so let's go ahead and get down some farms ready. So primarily we're looking at Emma, basically farm that anywhere, and then barley, so a hotspot here and a hotspot here. So I'm thinking a little line of farms up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Although, I know we're coming back to the circles once again, but I do like the idea of circle farms. They're not going to be as efficient, but they do look pretty. So maybe let's center a couple of these on the barley areas. Right, definitely needs to be bigger than that. Let's pop down here a bit. Start right there. And draw it out. This is perfect. It's just what I wanted. Good. And that mostly encompasses some good barley. And we'll do another one over here. Potentially a bit of a larger one here as well. Whoop. Wrong key. Okay, that's about the right size. Go a little bit larger and not start with that flat point. Make sure we click regularly. Obviously, you only get so many click points on a road, so you have to spread them out when you're doing these larger ones. Adjust the curve so it looks about right. That's good. It's a nice one. And then we'll do an Emma one here. Basically filling up this space, I think, that we've got left to us. So it's a nice big one. It's good, but we can make bigger, so let's fill out to the border. So we'll go click in the same place, just move the camera down a bit and move the cursor up. Try and keep my eye in the centre while we're doing that, because I do get a bit motion sick from it. Okay. And that's a nice Emma one. And then we'll connect them all together. We might even fill out fields in between to make maximum use of the available fertility. But actually, I think this might look quite nice, because you can have a, you know, spirally field, and then some more conventional filly fields. Yes, filly field, very conventional. It makes so much sense, yes. Okay. Nope, don't like that. Right, so we'll connect these up with a couple of roads, make sure they're connected to their nearby circles, and then also back to the King's Road as well, which we will do through here with a gentle curve. We just as well branch off, actually. Do a little intersection here. Yeah. Good. And then we can also fill some of that space in between with, of course, the farms themselves, farmhouses. So maybe let's get them on the outside of the circles if we can. That's cool. And we'll definitely need a few more than that. Ooh, running out of goods there. Okay, well that gives them a few to get on with at any rate. And it certainly matches the aesthetic of the nearby Tufsberg. Got a bit more money rolling in now, and we've got plenty of upgrades ready to go on. And with that money, let's make sure that we have got some piggies and some goats as well. A collection of the two. And time moving on, let's upgrade those. How are we doing on the old supply front? Let's look at the granary and storehouse supply. Absolutely rammed. So let's get 2 families working at the storehouse. And we'll get another family working at that granary as well. And then we'll get another granary worker here, storehouse worker here. We may have to go through and do a reassigning before long. But that does seem to take care of it for the time being. We're at 95 and 92%, so that's not atrocious. Food-wise, plenty of vegetables, could do with a few more carrots, but plenty of beets and cabbages. And we're starting to get there with the fruits as well. Clothing-wise, we've got clothes on the market, so the only thing really holding us up now, apart from animal produce, which I think will be taken care of with the fruits, etc., is getting up to beverages, which of course we're expanding next door for. Military-wise, royal tax, yes, we need to deal with that. Military-wise, we've got a pretty decent force. So I'm starting to think now it might be time to consider getting the manor installed. With a few of these upgraded plots as well, as we get more people moving in, I'm going to take a look at what we can do in terms of making more goods for sale. And eventually we're going to have excess crossbows, and we'll be able to sell those on the market. And they were short people at the moment as opposed to weapons. And actually we could start selling dressed stone at some point. We're up to 419. 800 rubble stone, not rebel stone. We could do with an extra work at the stonemason station as well, because we're getting a bit much rough stone. A bit much rough stone, excellent. English typical. A bit more rough stone than we need, is what I'm supposed to say. We'll do some accommodation over here next, because we do want to get the rest of this forestry sector active. And then we could also sell plank-based products as well, such as some more shields perhaps, of varying sizes. Order in a few for those, and we'll expand those living spaces as well to give us a few extra workers in that region. It's 5 plus 4. How are we doing for food over here? 7 months of food, 24 months of fuel. Let's order an ox and upgrade to a stable. It'd be an idea as well soon to get a horse when we can too. We ought to expand our plank production as well. So that's probably, again, coming down to a lack of oxen. So let's get another hitching post. I'll pop that one over there. Our supply, pretty good over here. Not too much of an issue. All of these small holdings, right, so we need to get some vegetables in there and then we can upgrade that to a small holding. And yeah, still waiting on finances to buy some of those in. But we've built up those initial farmhouses, so maybe let's get another one placed down over here. That makes for a good start. And I kind of need a way to mark the exact middle of these fields. I was thinking, rather than having a central point like we did in a recent playthrough, that what we could do is take something that's already circular, such as the hitching post, try and pop it down exactly in the middle, and then build our fields up to that. How does that look? It might be in the middle, might not be. Let's try building some fields up to it and see how it reacts. So it's not going to snap to it. What if we put a road around it? Is it going to be too small to road around? Or can we use it as a reference point for where we need to spin around? No, I don't think that's going to work. Do we need a slightly larger central point, such as the windmill? Because that is quite large. We could definitely road around it though. I think we try this on this one, and if we don't like it, then we'll go back to doing the points on the subsequent ones. So let's just wrap this round, keeping it as tight as we possibly can. Like so, following the hashed line all the way around. Whoop, nearly. Oh, come on. Okay, let's build to there. And then build this last bit on its own. I'll actually probably delete the windmill for that. Right, so that gives us a central circle, which actually is pretty much dead on centre. That's a good way of doing the accommodation, isn't it? It's certainly a better circle than we got for that one, if we compare the two. Okay, good to know. Developing new ways of doing things all the time here on Typical T. So it does significantly reduce the volume, but I suppose we could put a field right in the centre here, couldn't we? It's a tiny field, it's 0.1 Morgan, but we can do it. And then let's split the rest up into segments. Don't have to be even segments necessarily, but I think it would be nice if they were approximately even. So that looks pretty good. Let's see if we can't keep that the same all the way around. So that was 1 snap in the middle and 3 on the outside. So let's follow that all the way around. May have to adjust it sometimes, like that one there, and make it slightly smaller. Now the road in the centre is going to be inaccessible. I don't think that's actually a problem. Because we're not actually, you know, the farmers, they can access fields without having to go via a road. There's no road access points on a field. So I don't think we need to worry about that. And 2 more. It's going to be slightly larger. It's fine. Okay, so it ends up looking like that. Not too shabby at all. And we'll set these up for barley production. So we need crop rotation on each of them. purely scintillating stuff here on the Typical Tea channel. Doing things like click crop rotation repeatedly. And hopefully, if nothing else, the devs will understand from these types of videos that we need a group select tool for farming. For goodness sakes. Alright, so we'll go barley, wheat, flax. And that'll be our rotation. Barley, wheat, flax. I'll do this all around. Just give me a moment. Right, that's all of those crop rotations set up. And let's order in ploughs for all of our various farmhouses. And of course, along with those ploughs, we're going to need oxen. Resources stolen. More bandits to take care of is what that means. Right, let's get down then a host of local oxen that can be used for such a task as ploughing. And we'll keep making sure to order oxen as and when we can to fill them up. And I know we've just ordered one, so probably can't yet. But we will double check. No, but we'll get that upgrade to a stable anyway. 6 months of food. And money starting to come in, so that's good. Right, bandits. Over there this time. Right, so we get to see our crossbows in action. I don't think we even need to deploy our entire force. We'll take 2 units of spear and 2 units of crossbow to deal with these rapscallions. And that's going to be excessive, I believe, what we actually need. Down to 5 spaces for people to move into. We'll upgrade those. 5 unassigned families. How are we doing on market supply? Still pushed. So let's get a 3rd worker in that granary. 3rd worker in that storehouse. And let's do the same here with this one. And an extra family at that granary. And how has that changed the landscape? Barely anything. We'll do some reassigning here in a minute. Right. You're not to run. Keen beans that are our spear. Experience units. Right, so we'll set up here in the pass. And then we will set our crossbows to work. We'll set them to shoot at will, just in case I forget to go over there in time. And looking down here at our next accommodation area, we're going to repeat that process we used to build the fields just now, with a windmill in the centre, to see if we can't get things nice and even. Right, so we're going to deploy our shields in front. And we have our crossbows to the sides. We'll engage with a crossbow and see them be shredded. Probably before they really make their way to our front lines. There we go. Crossbows, so effective they actually stop the troops in their tracks sometimes. Let's bring these men off to the flank to make sure we can continue to engage safely. We'll pull back our shield. They're unnecessary. And we'll engage from the sides, shields in front, and crossbow bolts from the flanks. And in short order, they're taken care of. We'll run 1 unit of spear to go and take the camp, and we'll return the rest of our men back to base. Back home. Good. Okay. So, windmill. Let's approximately plomp it down something that looks roughly like the middle. And then build around it. In fact, this one, how much space do we need? We don't need something that large. What if we can still use it as a guide. But let's come slightly away from the edge of the windmill. At risk of it being a slightly less perfect circle. Gosh, it's a lot less perfect. It's always harder in winter, isn't it? Let's get a bit closer. And try and keep this an equidistant distance from the windmill. And just build in small increments around the outside. Okay. I hate it, it's awful, but it's good enough. There's a contradictory bunch of statements. Okay. We just as well connect this road into the centre. And then go about building some buggages. So, once again, we only want these to be large enough. I wonder if that's quite a bit too large, actually. Yes. Still, it might give us a bit of a reference point. So we want to come across the bottom 2 ticks, and then come up just enough for an extension out the rear. Which they wouldn't hide that snapping point, snap tool, behind the road connection tool. Makes it a bit awkward sometimes. And we'll carry these round, and I'm trying to use this centre circular road we put in as a guide for where these burgages are ending, and it is quite succinctly failing. Oh well. It was worth a try, wasn't it? I think you'd probably need to get the outer circle almost perfect in terms of size to be able to have the inner windmill work. Not an issue for fields, because you don't need a specific set length for a field. But for the burgage plots, you don't want them to be too long. It's just a waste of space. Although I suppose if you're not actually using it for anything, you might as well do it. I think in this case we probably will have some market stalls in the middle. So it will be used for something. Though that being said, it probably won't take up all of the space. We could always put a bit of industry in there. We might even fit a granary and a storehouse in this one. There looks to be enough space by the time we're done. But in any case, we'll just work our way all around here. And we've got 81 logs because we opened up that new logging area with 3 camps, so we're not shy on this resource. And maybe after these go in, we'll finally get around to building that keep and that manor. We're up to 6.1k on influence, so we could quite easily basically claim the whole map at this point. Which we may go and do, I suppose, because that stops bandits from appearing, doesn't it? I don't know if that increases the frequency with which raiders appear. Starting to creep into the middle a bit here. And I don't know, there's a linear progression. I mean, we saw it went from 1 raider in the first year, or the end of the first year, and then we had 3 the following attack, and the one after that was 4. So I don't know if it's incremental from then. We'll get 5 for the next one. Only time will tell. It's been a little while, actually, since we had that, so we might be due an attack, but our defences have only gotten stronger in the meantime. I'm going to delete that road and this one. Now we've placed all the burgages, and I'm going to take a road that more closely matches the actual empty space we've got in here. Like so. Oh, and replace this road, because that now doesn't end in the right place. And can we fit in here granary and storehouse? Yes, we can. So, worth having the larger space inside after all. There's even a water source, look. So we can get that down there, and probably a decent sized number of market stalls as well. Very nice. So that's plenty of construction to be getting on with. Keep bringing our troops back and disperse them. That belongs to my treasury. And we'll bring the final unit of spear back as well. I'm really happy with how this is developing. It's going really well. Really quite happy. Typical as a happy man. Yes. Upgrade. Who doesn't like a good upgrade? Okay, right. We've got a decent number of planks as well. Production-wise, I guess we could produce even more crossbows. I think probably the next thing, though, being realistic, is we should be producing armour, shouldn't we? So let's take one of these level 2s down here and change you over to an armourer and get you built. May need to add another circle or 2 for fruits at some point, but we'll see how we go. Let's send you back to your jobs. Let's pop over the border and make sure we're ordering oxen as soon as we can. Down to 4 months of food here. So hopefully these vegetable plots come into their own in the next year, which we're nearly at. We've got find unassigned families. We've got nowhere else for anyone to move in. We've got a little bit of money. I don't really want to spend all of that on buying in animals, but we may have to. Bring in a little bit of money from planks, but not loads at the moment. Don't have enough oxen to permanently assign either, so we're going to be mostly... We didn't actually do anything for this one. We're going to be mostly ploughing by hand to start with. Where can we put some more accommodation in then? Could put some on the outsides here, couldn't we? We just take a couple... Yeah, it could fill out there. We come over like that. It's a fairly interesting shape, isn't it? Just want to... Mostly you just want people, bodies in these, because these are to help with the farming. So, fairly happy with that. Let's get granary and a storehouse in here to help with supply for them. And is there nearby water? Yep, we can get that in there. And market stall space in here. Absolute tons of it. And we can get more burgages along the King's Road here. 28 timber available. What's stopping us from building that then? Washing no way. Is it that corner being odd? Yes. Starting to learn Manor Lords' foibles now. Like, something's stopping me. I know what it is, probably. Right, build those there. So that's going to give us plenty of expansion. And build a road across the back there as well. Not quite as pretty as our circles, but, you know, just as necessary. Let's fast forward things along a little bit. Got our pretty much final upgrade down here. Armour is up and running, and you're producing helmets, so that's perfect. How are we doing on the slab front? Are we producing enough iron ore? Possibly not. Might be worth producing a little bit more. So I wonder if it's worth having another accommodation zone over here to support our mines. And to that end, actually, how many mines can we fit in here? So, get another one just here at the top. And one there. One in the center. Oh, can we just get this one here? Just need to be able to get a road here. Yes, good. So we can make that work. And we'll connect this out to the local circles. Around this corner as well. And then around here. Simply lovely. And then we'll fit a circle in here if we can. Yep, we'll fill out to the edge, I think. Slightly too large. Okay, it's a workable size. Would like it to be a little bit bigger though. So we'll just pan the camera down ever so slightly. It has quite a large impact. Ooh. Oh, perfect. Very nice. Exactly what I wanted. One of these days, I'm going to get quite good at doing that. Don't know if it's going to be this day though, to be honest. Okay, that's going on there. How are things looking on this side? Construction's going well. Let's assign every spare family we can to go and work at the farm. So we can hopefully get some crops in the ground this year. Yeah, 8 months of food. So the harvest from these dedicated small holdings seems to be paying off. What do they actually pick up so far this year? Not loads, but I'd imagine there's more to come from those. Ooh, and before we leave, make sure we order an animal. A horse this time, to help with exports. And since we've got a little bit of spare money, let's order in a handful, maybe 6 of the goats. Those burgages are going up over here, and I'm going to up the priority of the storehouse and the granary, because those are the first things we're going to need to get operationable. Or operable, I should say. Not operationable. Not a word. Not a word, typical. Are we outpacing textile? Just slightly getting more wool now than we are yarn. We're turning all of that into clothes. And hopefully we've got a reasonable number of clothes. Got a reasonable amount of money. We are going to need to start putting that towards the king, though. So, 6 unassigned families. Food and fuel is fine. We can always sell less fuel if we need to. Quick bandit check. Yep, there are some brigands. So let's deploy and go even less this time. We'll send 2 units of crossbow and 1 unit of spear to deal with them. And I think it's time we looked to build our manor. We'll just go and take care of the... brigands, bandits, what we do. But that's not to say we couldn't set aside what we'll do quickly, actually. We'll pop into the trading post and let's alter our reserve of charcoal to 150. Okay, and then we're going to deploy a couple of these people straight away to work at the storehouse and the granary. And we'll get both of those upgraded as well. And we'll get over here. How do we get on with the fields? Pretty much ploughed. Plenty of space for people to move in. Okay. The manor. I'm not sure how far up here we can build. But let's start with a big circle up to here. Come down a bit further than that. Yeah. I figure we've got lots and lots of circles in this build so far. Just as well have a circle for the manor too. Connect this both to the King's Road and to our existing network. We want a third. Yeah, we'll put a third gate over here. That connects back down to the King's Road. Like this. How's that look? Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll put the manor down in here. Just like so. We'll put a garrison tower next to that. And then let's build the wall. Start with the gates on the various ingress and egress points. Well, actually, what we might do is continue the road down each of these in towards the manor. And around each of these, we're going to build, as we complete this road itself. Yep, something like that. Around each of these, what I'd like to do is have a little kill zone. So we'll bring these entrances fairly close into the manor. Yep, a little something like that. Maybe let's bring this one in a little closer again, like the other two we've done there. And then we'll take this up to the edge of the circle we've created. And what we're doing there is we're increasing the length of the walls immediately surrounding an entrance, which gives us more positions to field crossbows, which can then rain hell down on anyone trying to get in. And then we'll just expand the wall out in a circle and connect on like that to each of those points. Yeah, need to make sure we've got the curve tool turned on when we're doing that. Which, oddly, you can't actually see the amount of curve you're affecting until you've built it, which is a bit different to the roads. There's no curve slider at the bottom of this one. You can see when you hold Control and scroll, see that wiggling there? It is affecting the curve. So we'll put that looks about right there. And keep that setting the same for each of these others. Okay. And then we'll pop a couple of towers in as well. I'm hoping we've got enough stone to commit to this as a stone construction straight away. I'm not sure. Right, so that's kill box 1. pillbox 2 and pillbox 3. Make sure that's joined up there. Thank you. And outer towers. Provides 10 garrison space. Units in villages to shoot projectiles at approaching enemies. I don't know how well that actually works in this game. I'm going to be honest. I guess we'll have to just assume that it does function. Where are we going to put them exactly then? They should clip into the walls. Maybe let's upgrade them first. And make sure they're clipped in the right way. Join those together. Ah, okay. Not a very elegant end there, is it? That's fine. 96 stone. Don't know if we're going to have enough. Each of these intersections here, we need to make sure they join together nicely. And drag it off, drag it back on and click, and that normally does the job. And then expand that so it looks a little bit more even. Do the same on these. Still a fairly tedious process, this. I'm sure one day it'll become a little bit smoother. But alas, that day is not yet. Bother. Okay, good. I've not actually done a fort quite like this before. I've done ones where I have kill boxes. I've never really used one of those kill boxes. Why is it showing me over there? That's because that's how long the wall is. Right, join. Thank you. Upgrade. Join. Looks pretty good. Upgrade. And join. It might be doable, you know. We might have enough resources from the get-go. Upgrade and join. So the general hope is with this, I'm going to be able to engage raiding parties. No bother. Something broke. Don't know what it was. Was not happy about it. Come on. Mate walls, mate! Do it for typical. See, normally this wouldn't bother me too much. Except if I don't complete the walls properly together here, I reckon there's a good chance that the enemy can just slip straight through this gap. See, why won't they connect? It's not giving me that snap option. What if we downgrade it, then upgrade it again? No. What if we downgrade it, then connect it? You gonna be friends if I do that? You look better. Here's those end connections, they just don't want to connect, do they? Zoom out a bit. Anything to do with that? No. Okay. That's fine. I wonder if we can fix that by putting in an outer tower. Oh golly. Doesn't appear to have fixed anything to me. Unless... Oh. Yes, that works. Okay. And then we'll upgrade that tower as well. That does mean we have to put a tower on the inside edge of each of these points now. But it is what it is. So grab that, put it down here.
rotate it so it's facing the right way. Yeah, wall snaps into it okay actually straight away. Good. Game definitely gets a little bit chuggy when we start doing stuff like this. I don't want that outside edge so it's not disrupting our line here for where we're going to have our crossbowmen. I think that's pretty good. So let's repeat that on the other sides as well. So rotate it the right way around to start with. Plonk it in there. Do the same for this side. Upgrade them. And then move it across. And these, unfortunately, are going to be the items that push us over having enough stone right from the get-go. But it is what it is. Not the end of the world that we have to wait a smidge in order to build these. We've managed so far. It's a real step going on there, isn't there? Okay, I'm sure that'll get smoother over time. And we drag that a little further to the left, yes we can. And final time, thank goodness, is popping them over here. Upgrade that. Bring this out a bit here. It's basically perfect. And do the same with this one. Make sure it's upgraded. Okay, actually we're okay for stone. We don't have enough planks is the problem, which I wasn't expecting to be the issue. Oh, I say we're okay for stone. I've not upgraded the mana yet. Make that a little straighter. Okay, let's upgrade that as well. Okay, so we need to get nearly 400 planks, and then we can build that wondrous construction. Fortunately, with our logging industry, I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem, even if we have done a fair bit of deforestation. We just need to go to our saw bit, assign an extra worker, and set our plank production to 500. And watch the planks roll in. I'm also going to get a worker at the first of our foresters and tell him to forest the whole bloomin' side of the mountain. And we'll do the same with this one here, just so we can get a few trees popped back on the ground. Good. And there's the site of our manor, which is under construction. Got a lot of upgrades we can pop down here where people have been moving in, so we'll do that. And we need to start putting the extensions on these as well, but that's going to use planks, and I'm going to hold those in reserve for a minute, for the most part, so we can get them all tidied up nicely so we can start construction on the proper manor, the manor proper as it were. Got space there for more burgish plots, which is good. Over on this side we've got some crops, we've got supplies, a little bit of money again. An ox ordered in. That horse is obviously doing us some good work at the trading post. And this is also somewhere we ought to get a forester in. We'll get a couple popped down here. And then we probably ought to build a couple of connections across the river here as well, just to speed things up, so we're not having to go all the way around all the time. Ah, that does look nice, and actually this road in the middle adds something compared to what we had last time in our last playthrough. So really quite happy with how that's come out. Over the nearly non-existent border. In fact, we should probably have some roads connecting these, shouldn't we? Between these circles. Make everything even more joined up. Yeah, that's nice. Very nice indeed. Fuel down to 4 months. Let's get an additional couple of families at the woodcutters' lodges, so we can bring in more firewood for the charcoal, and pop a couple of upgrades here as well, and get a few extra families at the storehouse and granary. It seems to be getting on top of that situation now as well. Look at that, 62% of the way there with the first stage of the new manor already.
flying through. Our new home. Not on the top of the mountain, Devil's Hill, where we'd once hoped to be, but still a nice vantage point to look over our two realms. What a wonderful place to live. That's nearly done. Just remembered we were taking care of a military matter, weren't we? Okay. So, we'll position our units down here. Once again, we'll have our crossbow in reserve, set to fire at will. And hopefully, with the missile, we'll be able to take care of the ruffians here, mostly, before they even engage with our spear militia. So let's just keep an eye on when they're going to be aggroed. All good so far, and there they are. So we'll get over here. Watch our troops get into position. There they are. Okay, that's not ideal. Right, we'll push straight into them. We'll keep firing into them from the rear there. And that still gives us side shots into their flank. And look at that, broken already. Right. Push in those. And to be honest, probably could have done that without the spear. Well, without 2 units of crossbowmen. 1 spear and 1 crossbow is probably sufficient without any losses to take out these bandit camps. Good to know. Continue time on. New message. Ah, yes. Belongs to my treasure now. I didn't know what that was for then. I completely forgot. We've just taken out a bandit camp. Doing it so many times in this playthrough, it's becoming a bit normal. Okay, good stuff. Well, there's our first retinue, and there's our first mana pop together. Now, how are we doing on flanks? Up to 500 already. We can actually go ahead, can't we? Open castle planner. Ah, no. A bit shy on logs. We used all our logs to turn into planks, didn't we? Oops. That's fine. To be honest, we should probably get a few more people moved in anyway. So that we have enough workers available to actually build the manor in any sort of timely timescale, because it does take a fair while, doesn't it? First of our units arriving back, so we'll send them out to carry on with their work. Still just about the +2 monthly migration here. Right. How come there's only 4 there? Did we have a drought that I didn't notice? That's an appalling spot. I've never burnt a field. Feel free to let me know what that does in the comments. Let's go ahead and get down a few additional buildings. So we're obviously going to need a windmill. We can pop that. Oh, it would be nice to put it there, wouldn't it? In fact, let's move this ridiculous market stall. Put it on this side here. And that allows us to put our windmill down in this spot here. With terribly good efficiency. Splendid. We're going to need a communal oven to begin with. We'll get 1 pop down there. And we're also going to need a malt house, which we will pop down just here. Plenty of space for people to move in. Now we're doing a little bit more money again, as per usual. Order ourselves in an ox. 7 days left to the harvest. Let's get a couple of additional families at a farmhouse. And it wouldn't hurt to get this granary and storehouse active as well, and we'll upgrade those. Fuel is starting to look like a bit of a problem up here. So what have we got? Still not bringing in enough firewood. Let's get another 2 families working at these woodcutters' lodges. See if we can't take care of that problem before it becomes too systemic. I say, looking mighty fine, chaps. Oh, goodness. Everyone should go back to their jobs. That's everyone, isn't it? Yeah. What's the exclamation mark for? Haven't got enough people, I suppose. They're nearly full, though. nearly filled up our militias. What's our population here? 272. It's not massive, but you know, it's grown reasonably. Do we need to get another worker at the weaver's shop? We do. So we'll get an additional family working there. Hopefully they live fairly nearby. Yeah, it could be closer. And still okay for sheep. We'll be coming up on our limit for how many we can store before too long. 10 living spaces still available in the latest rundling. That's looking mighty fine. Let's get an additional family working at that charcoal kiln to make sure we're turning all of that newly collected firewood. And hopefully they're doing a good job of getting everything planted back up. I think part of the problem is that the woodcutters are going a lot further to cut down wood than they were. Obviously previously it was right here, and now it's all the way back up here. But we can go some way towards reversing that. Only just keeping on top of the timber, so it's going to be probably next year before we realistically start work on the manor, and we're not doing it with 2 unassigned families either. Maybe we should go ahead and claim some more regions. There's some brigands moving there. And I'm thinking we're going to claim this region, because that's always where the flipping brigands appear. And I'm a bit fed up of marching all the way over there to deal with them. So I think we might just leave this region, which is nice and close to us for dealing with them. Let's go ahead and... Are we out of surface deposit here? We are. Need to turn that into a mine. Get 2 mines dug. Let's deploy some troops. So 1 unit of spear, 2 unit of crossbow. This has proved to be a potent combination so far. Graben will be ours before too long. Still at a decent monthly migration. Struggling a little bit in granary. We'll get an extra family working at that one. And that's another region. Ours. Is there anything useful to us over here? Not really. Good grief, they stole our pork. How can they do that? I have a fairly large military, and we can't stop a couple of people from just walking in and stealing stuff. There's a bit of a land bridge here. This is cool. It's going to take forever to get up. Oh well. It's coming far enough that we're not fighting them as soon as we finish climbing a hill. Fortunately, it's only half our military that we're taking away, so we've got enough left to defend should anyone suddenly appear, including 2 units of foot. Progress, progress. Right, fuel seems to be starting to head back in the right direction. And how are we doing in terms of armouring our men with helmets? Yeah, we're starting to get them out there. We have an excess of crossbows, so they're a valuable trade. So let's go ahead and we're going to export crossbows, anything over 90. And yes, we should now be taxing ourselves. Tax over 3%. Just to make sure that we can keep paying the king's taxes. Military has arrived. And we'll take up a standard formation. Spear in the center. Crossbows to the rear and flanks. And then we'll just advance in that nature. Slow things down. We should be peppering them already, and they are, because you can see they're slowing down. We'll make sure they never reach our crossbows. Charge in from the flank. They're still being hit by both ranks, actually, without hitting our guys. That's good. Down to 12. Another volley of crossbow bolts will see them dead. There we are. Good show, as usual. Spear can go on to claim the bounty. And crossbowmen can head home. And Dabby Dozy. 72% approval here, so just 1 family moving in per month. Belongs to me. Let's go and... I wish there was a return all troops to home button. That'd be handy. Lots of features I'm discovering here that would be handy. Right. Keep time moving on. Food is still looking grand. We've harvested and replanted, which is great. So we've got a bit of grain that we can go through and a bit of barley. So let's get a worker at the windmill, a worker at the communal oven, and a worker at the malt house. We've got enough people that have moved in to do that. We've got a little bit more money as well. So as always, first things first, order in an ox. And then we'll get in some more goats. Probably not going to set these up to be small holdings, because we do still need the workers for other purposes. And how's supply over here? We might as well upgrade that. And yeah, absolutely fine over here. On this side, however, things are still, especially with the granaries, looking a little bit icky. We've only got 5 spaces left for people to be moving in over here as well. We've got plenty of money, especially now we're exporting those bows. Do we have the timber to undertake this project? We need 32, so we'll wait just a little bit longer, and that's why I'm not going ahead and building all of these extensions, because they require planks. And if we reduce the number of planks we have, we'll start turning all our timber into planks again. I'm just going to hold off on those for the moment. We're absolutely fine on food, so we don't need to worry about that. We should probably have a tannery though. And let's pop that over here. So we can start turning some of that hide we have, 188 of it sat around, into leather. And we should also get a second clothier set up as well, because we've definitely got an excess of yarn now. So we can start getting those clothes pumped out and then maybe start exporting those at some point as well. How is iron? Because we're making a lot of iron parts here. We're not got enough iron. Partly probably because for a while we didn't have any iron ore coming in, but we definitely have now. So we probably need to get an additional bloomery. So we'll get that popped down there. Tannery is being constructed, so we'll get a worker there. And just as soon as this conversion's complete, there we go, we'll make sure that's making from yarn, which it is. And let's turn our attention to down here, where we're going to be putting our next bunch of accommodation. So we want to take the windmill, pop that there, build a road around that. And there's a smaller circle this than the last one, so this might be a better indication of size than that one was. Not quite curved around there. It's better. Just. And let's see about putting some houses around the outside here. Yeah, too small this time. You might be able to fix that just by building a slightly smaller circle inside of this one. Let's do that. Delete that road. How does that work out? Simply wonderful. It's such a small space in the center of this, and I wonder if there's even any point in going inside with a road. Just having a little bit of problem down there, isn't it? Where these two circles kind of interact. Bit of additional space in that one. And these don't need to be perfect. They're certainly not, given how I've set that road there, look. Let's just keep working these round. You're like the fatter one here. Yeah. Okay. Not overly fussed with how these look. And then we'll just fill out that space there. Unless we can get 2 in. Yeah. And run out of goods. Well, there goes our not spending all of our logs theory. But we need accommodation space. And we need to start producing more iron because it's going to be great for our export market. And after that, we'll be getting on with our manor. We can brook no more delay. Upgrade those. And of course, with our new accommodation, we need new amenities. That's the bloomery being constructed, which is grand. Some of the people that move in over here will be working there. And we need a few more goods brought in before we can build these granaries and storehouses. We'll come back to that. How are we doing over here? So, we have made some bread, which is great. But more importantly, how are we getting on with our barley into malt? We've got 27 malt now. What we're going to do is we're going to go over here and we're going to select trade. And we're going to go to crafting materials. Malt. We're going to export it. And we're not going to allow foreign trade. We're going to export it to our other region. And we'll establish that trade route there. And then over here, we'll do the same thing. Crafting materials. Malt. Import. And we want all of it. 60. Hopefully we've got enough exporting to cover the cost of that. We may actually need to get a second trading post established to cope with the bandwidth of our exports. And so let's go ahead and get another trading post. And let's put that down here. Plenty of connections directly into our other region here, so I don't see that being a problem. Shh, I knew they were there. No other brigands. Let's claim another reason for the... Let's claim 2 at the same time. Go on. Oh, let's claim 3 at the same time. Goodness. Such brass. How brazen. Well, so far we've had no problem surviving at all. We don't even have our first manor established yet. Embarrassing for the brigands and outlaws. Yes. Right, well, we've got those being claimed. Bandit camp. Hopefully not in a region that's about to be ours. Nope, here, perfect. My plan has worked perfectly. Right, so this time we're going to go for the evisceration tactic, where we simply eviscerate the enemy before they get anywhere near. Good, we haven't rallied too close to them. So you're all going to fire at will, and you're going to... Oh, blast. Okay, we did start too close. Right, shield wall. And all 3 of you start shooting the lighters. Right. It should be fine. We should absolutely eviscerate them. Come on, open fire. Crossbows, show me why I love you. Yep, here they come. And as you can see, they're being slaughtered. 2 volleys of crossbow and they're broken. Cheers, chaps. You can go home having fired your paltry 2 shots each. You can go and get the bandit camp, and for goodness sake, somebody bury the bodies. And look at that, we've had a few people move in, haven't we? As regions galore acclaimed. And one more. Splendid. We didn't have quite enough down here, did we? To finish this. Let's get that one in there. And let's get down our granary and storehouse here. I don't believe it. Granary. Bit of storehouse in here as well. Not quite, so we'll pop that on this side. And then we'll get down some market stall space in here. As we get people moving over here, we'll get those granaries and storehouses active, as well as that bloomery. And the mine collapsed. That's no good, is it? Why don't we have any tools? Ah, Probably, because we haven't got enough iron. Right, so let's go to our smithy. And actually, no, let's go to our various blacksmiths. And there needs to be at least 10 slabs in order for you to produce anything. And the reason we need to do that is that otherwise, the greedy blighters that they are will use up all of the resources and leave nothing for the use and creation of tools. Set all of those to 10. Well, I'll make sure our tools get a priority for iron. And we also need to up our iron production. So, once again, okay, you've moved in down here. So your first job. How did you already have a job? Interesting. As people move in down here, they're going to go and work in the mines to produce some more iron ore. And then we'll also need to get more people working at the new bloomery. So we'll make sure to do that as well. Finances are looking dandy. There's so many upgrades to do here and extensions to build. But I really want to build our manor. Just gotta wait for that timber to tick back up. Get another worker at this final forestry and set that up with a working zone as well. And could still do with more granary workers. Okay, there's one there we can get in. Hire you and upgrade those. Meanwhile, we're ready for some level 2s at last. Guess that's because they've got animal produce, so we'll upgrade those accordingly. Got a little bit of money sat there as well. Order in... Oh, upgrade it to a stable. And then order in another ox. Might as well upgrade the rest of these as well. If we can remember where we put them all, that is. And there we are. Medium village. Good stuff. Still got one spot for someone to move into. Before we need to start thinking about further expansion. And we should probably get some additional workers at these farmhouses. And what are we going to put in here? Well, we can get, for starters, some additional pigs along here, because we have the finances. And then at least several of these should be apiaries. So we'll spend what money we can on making 3 of them as such. And then the others we will just convert into animal pens. So we run out of resources. And have we got any malt over here now? We should have from trade. 60 malt. Wonderful. Well, in that case, we ought to start brewing the stuff, shouldn't we? So you, Piggy, you are going to be a brewer now. Whoa! Thank you for reminding me. Did you never take this bandit camp? Good grief. Hang on. Keep forgetting about them. Lucky another bandit camp didn't spawn on top of it, to be honest. What else do we need? We need to get a tavern. Ooh, can we fit it in there? Oh, perfect. Right in the centre of a lot of our properties. Just where we need it. You can all go home. Have we had a few more people move in down here? Yes, we have. Let's get 2 families working at the bloomery. I'm just going to hold off those upgrades. I'm just going to keep doing it until we're ready over here. And we need another charcoal worker. We seem to be getting ahead on firewood now. How are we doing over here? Another couple of upgrades available. Get those going. And probably ought to get more workers in the granaries and storehouses. They're looking not too bad, actually. Surprisingly. Next little glut of moving inners, we'll put down here, I think. So let's get down a number of burgish plots. I think those there ought to be fine. just like so. And we'll get a road going along the back here. And we might as well cut in here because we can't build up to the road with that little feature there anyway. And we've got a local granary and storehouse to that we can get workers at as well. So we've got our malt house down here. We don't need to set up any limits on them. They can just start pumping out ale. And we'll upgrade the small tavern to a large tavern straight away because I don't see any reason to leave it as a small tavern. And how are we doing for iron ore? 300, yeah, we've got excess. We're starting to get back up there with the slabs. 30 timber, is that what we needed? Ooh, we need 32. We're nearly there. It's been a while since we ordered an ox. Over here. Order an ox. Why not? We should probably also get someone in here to maintain the church before it collapses. It's always a good move. Good stewardship, I believe that's called. Oh, and folks, I'm rather happy with what's going on here. Typical T Circleville is what a rather lovely place to live, I'd say. I do rather like it. Come on, 32. Castle Planner. Oh, bother, someone used it. Does it pause when we come into Castle Planner? It does. Let's come out of Castle Planner. And we'll... Oh, 32, pause. Commit. And there we have it. The manor is under construction. Somewhere between now and 16,000 years' time, that'll be completed. Yes, not one of the smoother functions of the game so far. And I notice not all the resources have been... Oh, there we go. Now they've been ticked out. So people will be transporting stuff over there for the next trillion years or so. So we can get back to doing what we should have been doing to start with, which is upgrading and assigning extensions to all these various lovely places. Let's pop in a road here, though, upon which we should build another couple of bloomeries, I do believe. So we're definitely making more iron ore than we are smelting. So we'll get 2 in there. And then let's focus on these burger spots over here. Whoop. 4 enemy units. Okay. This is going to be the first proper battle we've had. They're fairly close to home. I think we could probably deal with all of these, or we definitely can deal with all of these without actually having to hire anyone. But we'll see if anyone is nearby anyway. So Graben or Miss Liz. Okay. No one is available nearby anyway, so would not be here in time. So it is going to be a domestic fight anyway. So we'll rally our forces to the edge here, and hopefully everyone will be nicely assembled before the brigands arrive. So they've got 4 units, which is the same as last time, so it's not scaled up again. So perhaps the next time we play this game mode, we might have to up the difficulty a little bit. For some reason I thought it was going to be a little bit harder than it was. But that's what difficulty settings are for. We'll rush our forces into position. We're so unconcerned that we're all facing the wrong way. Lads, I appreciate your bravery, but I think we probably want to face the enemy. I want everyone in a shield wall, please. And we'll take this as our defensive line. No, actually, right. Let's take 2 units as shield wall. Let's keep 1 unit in reserve. Oh, brief. Come on. Come on, game. 2 units as a shield wall here. 1 unit in reserve. 3 units of missile. Set to fire at will. Thank you, everyone. Please assume your positions. That's better. Right, so that gives us the ability to rush some troops to a supporting position if they're needed. And it gives our missile plenty of space to fire out over their heads, hopefully. Right, so let's see how our full military, excluding any retinues, which we've not built up yet, can handle a full attack of raiders. Are they hidden by the forest? That would not be ideal for our crossbows, and it's quite possibly the case. I think they'll still be able to shoot them once they can see them here. Yep, everyone's cocking their crossbows. And shots are going out. Ooh. I would not want to be the brigands leading the charge there. It's a bit like being the first over the trenches in World War I, that is, isn't it? Yep, broken before they hit the shield wall. I'm going to redeploy the spear over here, because there are some brigands in the forest here somewhere. I don't want them surprising us. That unit of brigands has managed to hit the wall. The others may be outflanking, but we've got a spare unit of spear militia to deal with that if that's the case. Let's redeploy our shield walls as such. Yep, we've got a unit coming in over here. Make sure everyone's engaging them. And there should be one final unit somewhere. They're broken. Reform the line. And somewhere in here, there they are. Is it one remaining unit of brigand outlaws? No, they're running away, it's not them. Ah, it's these lads. Okay. Right. Let's move our archers and 2 units of spear. We'll use 1 unit of spear here in reserve in case we've miscounted. But I suspect we'll be able to take care of them with our crossbows. Good shots, men. Don't think they'll manage to get anywhere near the crossbows. There we go. And they're broken. After half their number died. Right. Everyone can go home. I do believe that's everyone dealt with. And I think we've still got workers at the corpse pit from the last time. So our fortification, as grand as it will be, may not even be needed unless the number of enemies significantly ticks up down the line. Right, where were we? Yes. Upgrading over here. So, let's get some chickens, because we haven't got any chickens as of yet. So we might as well get a bunch of those in. And then let's get some animal pens popped on as well. All the way around here. And then we'll go back to a few chickens. Good shenanigans. And finally everyone has something to do over here. And obviously we'll need to buy in some animals as and when as well. Only 3 spaces left for people to move in. Are we producing more iron ore than we're smelting still? We are. So let's get a couple more families at these bloomeries. And then we'll get a bunch of chickens down here as well. Did I just build an orchard there? I hope not. And then some animal pens as well. We're still looking okay for vegetables. We're a little shy on fruits, so we may need some additional fruit farms, orchards, and then maybe we need some additional... Oh, vegetables. I was thinking vegetables, so I clicked vegetables. Some additional vegetable plots as well. I did. Good grief. You need to be changed. Over 2 chickens. We'll be fine. We've got a tavern here. So we could start upgrading to level 3 if we employ a couple of people here. We should have a fair amount of ale, we do indeed. So let's get some ale flowing. Get 3 workers in there. Maybe 2. Will be plenty. And then we'll keep our eye out for upgrades. Food is still absolutely fine. How are we doing over here? We should have a fair bit of flax lying around over here. We could probably transport that over to our other region as well, where we actually have some weavers. So, a couple of burger spots ready to upgrade actually. Let's go ahead and take care of that while we're here. Oh my goodness. Nobody say anything. I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. Yes, forgot. No, it doesn't matter. Yes, I'm ashamed. In answer to all of your unheard questions. A couple of chicks in there. Not got any money. Okay. 91% approval. Still plenty of people moving in. Right, what does everyone down here need? You actually shy on animal produce? You are. Well, if that's what you're shy on, I'm certainly not going to be giving you any ale. That'll be because of the massive delay we had in putting something into all of these burgish plots here. Oops. But we've got them now. So we'll make sure that we've got eggs and milk aplenty flowing through the market. And once they are, we can get back to the alcohol, distribute that, and then we should be good to upgrade some burgish plots to level 3. Which will help a little bit with population density. How are we getting on over here at the manor? 10%, yeah. Thought it would take a while. And right. Where's my other circle? Here it is. I did put vegetables down here. Good grief. Man, you need to be more careful when clicking. Goats. Ooh, an expansion. Goats. Goats. Oh, I illuminated it twice here. Goats. Pigs. No space for anyone to move in. Not ideal. Always want more people. We could take care of that by adding a few more burgish plots, and indeed we might. And to do so, we're going to add in some additional plots. Yes, you're shocking, I know. For... Can't get this word out, can I? What's that? It's an orchard. Yes. Shouldn't have been that hard, should it? Okay, can we get a circle in here? We can. It needs to be bigger than that, though. But not as big as that. The day I get a circle tool in this game, I'll be very, very happy. Right, so just that curve. Pop that in there. Build out some roads. Thank you, save game, for ruining that. And then get a couple of buggages in here for some additional for some additional orcharding. And you need goats, you need goats, you need goats, and you need upgrades. Not a problem. You can have them, but where you can, I'd rather you had an expansion. We do need additional living space. Okay. Wild tax. Go away. Things are looking good. We're exporting all of our excess crossbows, and I imagine we're not 100 miles away. 2/3 of the way towards equipping all of our troops with some nice, solid helmets. Some more upgrades we can do down here in this region as well. And we've got a few people starting to move in over here. Let's get a granary worker and a storehouse worker out of you to make sure we keep up with this, which we are. Now we'll be looking to expand the fields here before too long. We need to set up, if we've got the money, which we might do, export on flax, which we're going to do locally as well. Let's get an additional family here. And we want to import it over here locally again. And from that, we can make linen. And from that linen, we can make gambesons, which is going to be another way to forearm our troops. How is everyone doing on animal produce and fruits? Looks like they've got access to it. So let's get a couple of workers at the tavern and get some upgrades flowing. We've got enough planks and timber that shouldn't be an issue. And straight away, a couple of burger spots ready to upgrade to level 3. No surprise, those that are immediately next to the brewery. Some surprise, the brewery wasn't first. So, I guess, you know, high integrity, they weren't testing their own brews before they sent it out. I suppose maybe not high integrity, they probably should be testing their own brews before they send them out to the public. But this is medieval times. Perhaps nobody cares. Good old alcohol gets you rightly lopsop-doyed, and then who cares what kind of grade it is. Nice thing as well, these will give us a nice bit of additional living space with an additional family per burgage plot while we still wait for a couple of new ones to be built. Got them over here. So we can make use of that migration. 97%, we're actually at +3 monthly migration. People are so happy. And there's just nowhere for them to come and live. We're, you know, a bit of an elitist society down here. We only let you in if we really want you. If you want to come, build our walls for us. You heard me. You heard me. In fact, everyone's so busy over there, they're not really focusing on building these burgers. So let's up the priority of those a little bit. And some nice dense burgers along this road here. We've got our level 3s. What's not got you? You've not actually got any alcohol yet. Have we run out already? No, you've got 55 ale available. Let's get a third worker at the tavern to help with distribution. Perhaps that is the problem. Right, swinging back over here. Really only got 2 families free these days. I've got to cycle through everywhere now. Oof. Yes, we do. Yeah. Well, we can upgrade these small holdings. It's level 2. And got a bit of money, so let's order in a few more goats. We've got a couple of chickens on the end there as well. Food and fuel is still absolutely fine here. Don't really produce anything in excess we can sell though. It's really worth anything. We haven't really got any cottage industries set up over here yet. Also no space for anyone to move in. Right, let's get a few more honey boys, or one more. And then get some animal pens for the rest. And we're upgraded. Large village, we are indeed. And a few more upgrades ready down here as well, so we'll get those going right away. Without any hesitation. Yes, anyone who's ready can be upgraded. Look, you gotta give me a chance though. You guys are going to be orchards. Need to keep eagle-eyed for when people have all of their requirements met. Who's next? Because soon we're going to be closing down the taverns. Get your upgrades in while you can, people. But at least we have a significant number of burgish plots now available. 16 places for people to move into. And it's not going to take us long to fill that with +3 monthly migration. Which enable us to have more workers to go and build our beautiful manor construction over there, and also some more workers to work at the mining pits. Lovely place to work, I know. And how are we doing? Yeah, still got a bloomery shortage rather than anything else, so let's get an additional bloomery placed down here. Oh, small town. We're going up in leaps and bounds now. Not enough goods. -5 planks. No wonder no one's ready to upgrade. You all are, but you don't have any planks. Blast. Ah. We've got a bit of a problem over here. Slow down a little bit. I do sometimes find that if you have the fastest fast forward 12 times speed on, oxen get a little bit cluster blabbed. They struggle. Oh dear. So that may have been the reason we had no planks available. Frustrating. guess maybe I shouldn't pack everything so tightly in together until they get the game a little bit more optimized. Right, let's speed time back up again. I should be taking care of the plank problem. And we'll get apples and pears because we can. Do we have flax coming in now? We do. It's being turned into linen. And we need to get another tailor's workshop open. I'll take this pig, change you to a tailor's. Potentially not ideal, there's going to be a lot of people working there, but maybe that means I'll put out all the more in terms of clothing. I've got 1,000 dressed stone sat around. We should definitely be exporting that, shouldn't we? Yes, I think we probably should. Let's go to crafting materials. Building materials, right. Export. Anything over 300. That should keep you going. And should certainly keep the coffers topped up. Pop a couple of upgrades down here. And where did we put down? We didn't, because we didn't have enough goods. I was thinking of where we put that new bloomery down. Oh, let's get it down now in any case. We'll get down 2. Splendid. And I would imagine this is where we start to see food as a little bit of a problem. Because we've added a lot of population density without actually increasing our food output. Although we have added a little bit over here potentially. So it might be we need to fill out some of this space here, for example, with some vegetable burgage plots. But we don't need to do that immediately necessarily. Well, I would imagine we need to do immediately. Let's increase the number of workers we have at this granary. Yes. Otherwise nobody's going to be getting anything. Don't really need this woodcutter's lodge anymore. We're going to demolish that. And let's get a couple of workers at that storehouse there. That helps with that issue immediately. Tool production is fine now that we've gotten hold of that situation. Pop over here. Everything is dandy. A load of goats and upgrades over here is in order. Wow. Quite the zoom. Oh, look. Outlaws. And how long they've been there. Let's rally in the sheep field. Shield wall. And eviscerators. Oh gosh, they were quick, weren't they? Might need to move you out to the flanks here. Forget how close that camp spawns. Need to make sure we get a line of sight on them. Oh, and they're broken anyway. Okay. Never mind. Dealt with. Whoop, got an upgrade down here. Alrighty, so we definitely need some more burgage plots over here so that we can open up the other farms. I guess we could probably do with another one of these, couldn't we? We pop it over here. It's far too large. But it will make for a nice farm. So I might leave it there. And then maybe then we could fill this space with some burgages. And this is all about population density, so we don't need... actually I've got enough logs. We don't need to have loads and loads and loads and loads of extensions at the rear. Good, some water available nearby. That down there. Granary there. And we'll have to wait for the storehouse. We have a few more goods available to us. A couple of expansions popped on here for those orchards for when they open. I do like how these circular orchards look. They are very pretty. Very nice indeed. How are we getting on with the old manor? We've only got 145 out of 500 dress stone delivered, so not very far, I think, is the answer. That's definitely going to be the main focus for a while, isn't it? What we'll focus on for now, then, is this area over here. So let's see about building a few additional farms. I guess we'll start in this area here. Pause the game quickly, and we'll get down our trusty windmill. And we'll pop that just there. That looks about center. Yeah. And then we'll go around that with our road. Trace that outline all the way around without too many outline points too far away, hopefully. Whoop. Build that. Delete that and finish that. And then could actually reconnect the road here. Could actually put the windmill in there instead of farming space. I like that idea. Face the road there. Wonderful. Okay. Farm. Snap. And a little wedge there on the first one. All of these round. Might need to go slightly larger on the outside, actually. Yeah, right. Let's delete those. We can play time, actually. I think we need to go... It's a much larger circle than the previous one, which of course means the diameter of the outside is longer than the it was previously. So, bigger chunks on the outside. It's more like it. Good stuff. And we'll copy that all the way around. Just try and keep it looking fairly even. I love that windmill in the centre. I think that's going to look absolutely perfect. And yeah, that's going to go up in efficiency as we delete these trees, obviously. Whoop. Let's click to the right point. Bit of a smaller one there, but that's not a problem. And let's make this 3 at the end if we can. Yep. And then 1 in here to finish. Nice. That's going to be a nice big farm. And how are we doing? We've got a few more timber now as well. So we can go ahead and get a few more burgish plots popped up here. Excellent. And then fill out to the road. Nice. And then we might just fill that out behind the road. Good stuff. Oh, and that is going to look so cool in the centre there. I'm almost tempted to rip it up and do it in this one as well, but I think we'll do it there at least. Now we've learned how good that could look. Possibilities. Pop a couple of upgrades down there, but we're a little bit resource limited at the moment down here. We'll get an ox in, because why not? And over here, let's assign... Right, it was you, wasn't it? Yeah. So you're already making gambesons. Wonderful. So I'd imagine our troops are already being equipped with them. Oh, they are. And we're all full of helmets as well, which should mean... Well, we very nearly are anyways. Soon we'll be able to start exporting helmets. Not enough pasture space, so that of course means we need to assign someone to do the not so glamorous job of excommunicadoing the livestock when there's too much of it. Mines haven't collapsed. Bandits have stolen some yarn. Iron's looking good. Could do with more smelters as always. We can start exporting clothes probably. It's something we can look to start doing too. So employ someone there, and imagine we're in the same spot as normal. So I think this time we deploy a little further back, just to give them a little bit longer before they arrive. And we'll set our men up here. Fire at will. And has that aggroed them? Guess so. I don't see them. Which always worries me. Oh, you're ready to upgrade, sir. Of course. Where are the bandits? Come on. It's one of those weird times where there aren't any bandits. I don't want to be caught out, so we're just going to slowly advance towards them. No. They're dealt with. Okay, that's weird. It's possible we dealt with them before I noticed. To be honest, it is entirely possible. Right, you can all go home. I'd imagine we're out of ale now anyway, so let's unassign the tavern workers. We probably need to have more malt produced over here. Man, we've got a bit of a tool situation. Did we never start making tools? I guess we didn't. Let's trade. We're going to import 30. Need a bit of money to do that. And then over here as well, we'll export them. Trade. Let's get some horses. A worker here. This additional one. And we're going to export those to our neighbour. And we need a desired surplus of maybe 100. And let's go and update our smithy. Get an extra worker there. And I want probably 150 of those any given time. And actually no, I don't want a surplus of 100, I want a surplus of like 50 before we start exporting them. And we just need a little bit more regional wealth over here before we can start selling our excess there. And just wait until we've got these built and a few more people moved in before we start with the fields over here. They aren't massive harvests from these, to be honest, are they? Pollination is doing some work. We probably do need a few more bees, though. Oh, bandit camp's back already. It's a bit... There's two of them now. Okay, right. Well, in that case, let's deploy our whole military. Take care of them right away. Hunting camp doesn't seem to be doing much, does it? Often feel later game it just sort of stops doing anything. 49% of the way there. No, we delivered most of the stone now. What's going on here? Why don't we have our banners visible? For our spear. Okay, I think we'll just wait for those banners to appear before we do anything. I don't want to rush into anything and find our troops aren't where they're supposed to be. You've even got your bannerman. What's going on? And you have? Where's yours? Is he on the latrine? Bit of a glitch there. We might have to go in anyway, to be honest. Okay, right. Let's go in anyway. Oh, actually, before we do, before we lose all of our sheep, which we may already have done. No, we're good. Let's set up some boundaries on choppers. Yeah, say 120 sheep and 60 lambs. Okay. Oh, there we go. Banners have appeared. So, none of you are in shield wall, are you? Are you all in shield wall? No, you're not. Come on. Come on, game. Right. We'll take care of one camp at a time. Let's set all of you to not run. For goodness sake. Wish it would toggle. If they are already not running, You know what I mean. Let's set... Why is that selecting you guys as well? Right, you'll fire at will. Good. We'll engage from the slope. Don't appear to be getting a great deal done with the reforestation, so let's get a couple of additional foresters working over here. Money is absolutely pouring in. Get another worker at that bloomery, and then we'll leave everyone else to assist with construction, which is really what's slowing us down over here, I'm guessing. Let's unassign some of the farmers for the time being. And they can go and help with construction. And we'll get some additional living space and upgrades done over here. And then we'll deploy our spear forward. Keep our archers back. Right, we'll engage. Come on. Come on. Good. Right, and then we'll just push that formation minus 1 unit of spear towards the enemy over here. And we'll send that lone unit of spear to go and capture the bandit camp. No problem at all. Having a decent source of income there. This is. Right, everyone run, get on with it. Right. See another bunch of poor brigands absolutely slaughtered. Doesn't seem fair, really, does it? They've got clubs. They've got clubs. And I've got over 100... Well, yeah, over 100 crossbows pointed at them. 2 volleys, and that's all it takes. And 3 units. And they've routed. You would have thought they'd get the memo at some point that we're not worth raiding. Well, then I suppose not many people run away or escape alive. Maybe that's why. Okay, we'll take those spoils for ourselves, then bring our men home. I think it's probably about time that we claim that final region, because I'm getting kind of fed up of taking care of those camps. I assume that means that we'll get more frequent raids on us here in our home settlement, but you know, we can cope with that. That won't be a problem. Finally delivered all the goods for the construction of our manor, so hopefully that'll start coming together now. How are we doing with these additional dwellings over here? Not making a lot of progress. I imagine it's partly due to a lack of oxen though, so we'll get another oxen ordered. Granary is a little bit pushed, so we'll get an additional worker there to help with that situation. And our men are returning home. We'll go back to their jobs. And that's the last region claimed. Always hit shield wall there by accident. I don't know about you all. This is quite a aesthetically pleasing settlement, especially from the map view above. And when you zoom in as well. It's definitely a little bit more chaotic in person, though. Alright, what I think we'll do is we're basically waiting at this point for some construction to be finished over here and for the manor to be put together over here. So, pending any invasions we get, I will rejoin you once we're a little bit closer to completing the manor. And there we have it. The manor, all resplendent in its glory. I made the rather embarrassing mistake. Being a seasoned Manor Lord player, I should know not to do this. I saved and exited and restarted the game during the manor building process. This led to copious amounts of lag. However, we've got through it. We've got a beautiful little citadel here. I really like how it looks. Doesn't look anything special from the map above like the rest of our settlement, but my, does it look good up close. Oh dear, someone's cold. I'm not terribly sure we're going to ever need it for defence, but one time or another we'll pop a lunch of lads up here to see it looking nice and proper, full of troops. With that done, I'd say it's time we pressed on to see if we can get 15 families at level 4 or higher. Somehow we've got -1 living space. I don't know how we've managed that. That's pretty impressive. Yes. Well, perhaps it's because we're upgrading something down here. Who knows? We could add a few more burgages. But I don't see the need for that necessarily immediately, especially if we're upgrading to level 4. That'll give us additional room for peeps, and we've got plenty of cash and money. Now, over the border, we'll just check fuel, we're fine. Over the border, got a few more spaces where people are moving in to our new accommodation, which is up here, next to the farms, and a few hands and unassigned families. So, I think it's probably time that we added a few more burgages, because we've got a little bit more timber now, and we shall just copy what we've done here already, copy our own homework, as it were. Is that over the border? Yes, it is. Copy our... Oh, go away. Excuse me. Copy our own homework with what we've done here, and build in a couple of burgages just behind here, just so we can get a few more families moved in and working. Maybe we can go around the outside here. A little something like this. Sure. Guess we could do that. We've got some expansions we can put on those then as well. Oh, we've got a couple of upgrades we can pop down here too, so I will oblige that. And before the season gets going, we'll slow down time a little bit, and we'll get a crop rotation set up over here to follow what we're doing elsewhere, so wheat, barley, and flax. And oh, actually, before we go too far, let's go over to the windmills, go to advanced, and we want a reserve of, let's say, no, that's not what we want. We want to go to the farmhouse. I guess we could turn it around. I'm debating whether we sell wheat directly next door, as it were, to our neighbouring region, to get grains over there, or whether we send the finished product, as it were, or somewhere in between, like grain. Maybe grain would be a good idea. We don't then have to put farms in here to thrash it down. Whoa! So to that end, we will go over here to the windmill, and we don't want to be milling anything unless we've got at least 100 wheat grain sat around, because that's what we're going to be trading next door. And then we'll get a windmill set up over here, so we will need a bit of extra accommodation. Actually, no, we've got 11 unassigned families. That's plenty enough. So let's go to the trading post here, and we want to be importing grain. Where art thou, grain? Hello? Are you a crafting material? You are. We want to import wheat grain locally, and we want all the grains, please. And we might as well get a windmill under construction. That seems as good a place as any. 100% efficiency and all that. And with that, we will need some bakeries. So let's go down here, and you are going to become a bakery. And so is your neighbour. No, you're not. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. So we'll pop back over here. And so wheat, barley, flax. And wheat, barley, flax. And wheat, barley, flax. Would you all excuse me for a moment? Right, that's all of those set up nicely. So we're going to definitely need a few additional families working in the farmhouses. So we'll make sure there's at least 2 in each farmhouse, and we will give them some permanent livestock assignment, and we'll do that to these over here, because I don't believe we've done that yet. We should have enough livestock to cope with that now. We'll order another oxo, just in case. Upgrade, yes. Yes, indeed. And 2 there. 2 there. We've got a few more people. We'll put 1 more in each of these, and hopefully that'll give us plenty of peeps to be working the additional fields we've got set up over here now. And hopefully they'll put out some nice yields, and before long we'll have a good steady source of bread over in Truffelsberg. Right. How are we doing for our drinky drinks? 112 ale. Simply wonderful. Absolutely lovely. Wish it was tea. It's not. We'll get over it. Oh, what a mod. That needs to be a mod. I'm sorry. Got very excited there. That needs to be a mod for me, please. Any modders out there, could we please be replacing the ale with tea and one of the plant groups with tea leaves? That would be absolutely splendid. Right, any brigands on the horizon? Nope, we own the whole map. Well, we'll just wait for the next invasion. How are we doing for armor? So, we've got halfway on our gambesons, which is absolutely lovely, and we're full on helmets. So we should be exporting those. Are we? We are not. We shall export these. And we want a surplus of 60. Anything over that, you can sell to the highest bidder, so long as they're not bidding to destroy us. Right. How are we doing over here with the number of people we have working at our various farmsteads? Okay, well, the ploughing seems to be going pretty well with the ye old oxen, even though they are taking a bit of a weird pattern in some spaces. Good golly gosh, they're done over here already. Oh, this is from last year, isn't it? Ignore me. So it's not very large yields, especially on the wheats over here. And I'm interested, therefore, to see what we end up with. 7? What? Is that because we planted it this year, not last? Possibly. 14 over there. Is it that much of a bigger field? I suppose it is. We'll just have to wait and see how we do. Ooh, lots of upgrades. We'll get those popping right away. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. We are a little resource limited here, aren't we? Because we're selling planks still. It doesn't feel a very good use of our time. Let's pop over here. And once we have some planks, I think I'm going to set up a joiner's workshop. And we're actually going to, right away, stop selling planks. Because we're not making any money from it. And it's not doing us any good. And we're going to replace one of these goatee places with a joiner's workshop. And we're going to sell some small shields or some such resource. It's going to bring us in a little bit more money. But the same resources, probably. Should have done this ages ago. Oh well. Sips tea. Life goes on. Come on, guys. 3 planks. Is that really what's holding you up? It's a little bit of shaming, really, isn't it? I'll come back. I expect better next time. Anyone collapsed? No. We're still doing absolutely fine, just with those couple of mines. I don't know why we set so many up. 400 iron, or and we could do with a few more people doing the smelts. We've got a spot for someone there, so we'll employ someone there. Now, over at the bakery, we want to ensure that they are baking the correct kind of bread. Yes, they are. Good job. We also are going to need a couple of workers. A couple of workers over at the windmill. And how are we doing on selling ye old stone? 1.1k dressed, not very well. Get another worker at this trading post and order in another horse as well. Have you got over your plank problem? Yes, you have. So you are nice and close to the trading post, so you might as well become the chap that becomes the joiner. Okay, so 28 harvest, so the barley here is pretty good. Just the wheat that isn't great. That seems to be the case over here as well. I guess if we put rye down, it would grow even more, but yeah, it doesn't turn into as nearly as much grain and flour. You done? You are. You are going to make small shields, and then we're going to open up sellage. I believe that's the technical term. We want no small shields, thank you very much. And we could probably afford to do that with someone else as well. You, for example, what could you make? You could make some sort of bow. Yes. It sounds a splendid idea. Stable there. We only have the one logging camp. Well, it seems to have got us so far so good. This is primarily a farming town after all. And you're done. Good grief. Let's just make sure, yep, you're making the right thing, which you are. And we'll also open up an export on bows. Export. By the route, we want a surplus of 0. And quite quickly, hopefully, that is going to bring us some more money. and it seems to be possibly already doing so. Pop an upgrade, cause we can, and you might make you some sort of apiary. Come along, 99 days to harvest. Gosh, it's so long to wait. What could we do over here? How are you still building this? What is taking so long? Are you broken? Everyone remember 88%. If that doesn't move, we need to rebuild that. That might be where our -1 is coming from. Suspicious. Suspiciously broken in appearance. Well, I suppose... How are we doing over here with reforestation? Don't appear to be doing much. I can see more of the mountain than I did before, although, well, there are fresh trees planted on here. So that would be a good indication that we are making some progress at least. Not got masses of vegetables or fruits, so perhaps we need more of both of those. I think we should probably stick to our circle philosophy. And how are we doing for marketable supply? Abhorrent as usual. Wonderful. What I like to see. Food variety is not very good. But that may be because we just don't have great food availability. Now, I did say just now we'd stick to our circle philosophy, but I think I'm going to go back on my word almost straight away and fill out some of this space here, because actually, we haven't got really that much more space we can put circles. We could get something over here, I guess? Okay, maybe we will. Maybe we'll put a couple of circles over this way. So we'll do the usual process. Goodness, this is a big one. So get the curve adjusted. We'll pop that one down there. And then pop one here. Ew. Blast. Need to get a bit closer. This might be too far up the hill. And it's definitely not a circle either, which is the main problem. And yeah, we're not building up there, are we, realistically? We might struggle to build on the corner of this one, to be honest. Get another circle here. And they'll need their own granary and storehouse, etc. Supply them. Get a mini circle in here. Ooh, I've judged that well, haven't I? He's getting quite good at this whole circle arc, isn't he, old typical? Well, I do say so myself. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Oh, yes. Right. Ooh. It's tempting to get another one here. The sheep are a little in the way. Maybe get two small ones. That small. Two small ones. Is that just going to fit? Oh, yes. Oh, I heard the fighty noise. Let's pause the game quickly. And let's go around here. Oh, yeah. Getting the hang of this. And then we'll connect that there. Maybe we won't kink it. Connect it there. And also there. Connect these two. Would like to connect those, but I can't. Maybe connect those. Nah, let's not do that. We should have a connection off here though. Connecting up to there. Okay, so some potential expansion there. Now, why did I hear the naughty noise? 1, 2. Just 2, 3. Oh no, 3. 4. 1, 2, 3. 4 units of brigands, is that all? Oh, we get to use our castle. We get to use our castle. They're excited. Okay. Can't rally in the castle. Helpful. Right, well, quick. Let's get to the castle. We should probably close some of the gates. I wonder if that means we can just... I've never really played before where we've actually had to defend the manor. And actually, we've got money. We should probably hire a retinue. Right, so, hiring a retinue. How do I? Yeah, it's been a while. Yes, you. Buy me people. Good, and now upgrade my people. Again, wouldn't mind overly if I had some sort of group select option. Now, when I first started playing Manor Lords, way back when, in ye old times 2024, I used to equip my various retinues, and each of them I'd have a colour scheme for each region's retinue. That caused an unbelievable number of crashes, so I eventually had to give up on that. Rather time-consuming practice. Okay. We'll rally our retinue. Also outside. They do have to leave and then go back in, but, you know, it's what it is. And how closely... Oh, yes. Okay. How close are those enemy units? Oh, gosh. They really are on top of things. Okay, so maybe let's open that gate there. I'm hoping... Are they in the wrong region? Oh man, I really wanted to use my castle. Right, well, I'm going to put up my crossbowmen in the castle. And then I'm going to see if we can use our troops to kite the bandits towards them, so that we can at least kind of get to use our castle. And we'll position our retinue at this gate, which we'll leave open. And how are we doing? Everyone's running, that's good. Because we definitely don't want the bandits getting in here and burning all our lovely, lovely people. Speed them up a little bit. Okay, right, there they are. So, let's deploy our men here. I don't think we're going to get inside in time. Right. Let's deploy our retinue out to block those forces from hurting any of our brave boys. We're forming up our men down here, although it's taken some of them a while to arrive. You guys have not done a very good job of getting inside, have you? Retinue is also struggling to get out of the door. Right, you engage. And all of you, shooty, shooty, shooty. The retinue should make swift work of these guys, basically on their own anyway. And we'll push our men into the bandits here, since half of them are spread across the field anyway. What an absolutely abhorrent... Oh, we're losing men! Oh, it's all gone wrong. Well, that was hardly the first glorious use of the manor that I was hoping for. The impregnable castle was meant to be far more impressive than that. Instead, we've ended up losing 3 of our men. Right, someone working at the church, burials are going to be needed. They're running an absolute mock. Well, disappointing to say the least. I was really hoping to use the castle there, but we just couldn't get inside it in time because of where the bandits spawned. These poor retinue men with their heavy armour, really struggling to catch up to the bandits. Militia's still only showing 2 banners when there's clearly 3, and this one doesn't have any stamina or stats. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Alright, well now the battle's over. Can you please line up nicely? Up here. Is that too much to ask? All of you come back here. I think that is the threat dealt with. Very sad we lost 3 crossbow boys. There was no need for that. No need at all. Well, you guys finally found your way up onto the wall at least. Some of you know what you're doing, and you guys, you found the way up as well. Move a little slowly. Why are you queuing up on the outside? Where are you meant to be going? Right, do I have to move you in here first? You know what? Everyone go home. You're all sacked. Terrible performance. Oh well. Once again, I suppose we need to remind ourselves it is an early access. Although, you know, it has been out a little while. It'd be nice if we get a nice battle overhaul in the next patch, that's for sure. Alright, 37 days left to harvest on there, and we can get our attentions back to the little expansion we're putting down over here. So let's get a couple of, well, maybe just one granary and storehouse will be sufficient over here for these baggages. And let's get down to business. We'll get a well in here, and then baggage plot wise, let's split this up into two. And where are you, baggage plots? You're here. We make this into one nice big one, or we're going to have to split this up. Maybe we might have to split this one up into 4. How's that? Yep, that works. And what's the best way to do these? Not from there. What about down on this side? Perhaps not. What about starting on the outside? Not ideal. That works to about there. What if we put one there, and then one here? Or do I have to start on this side with this one? I do. Right, we'll squeeze a few in them. In whatever way we can, make decent use of the space. Too steep. Much sad. Put that in there like that then. We knew that might be an issue. It's not a terrible surprise. Oh dear, not that shape there, that's for sure. Hasn't quite gone to plan. Gosh darn it. Okay, just gonna have to do that. This one isn't too steep at least. And get that one in like that. Can we get anything in here at all? Maybe a baggage, but that's about it. And this space here. That looks fine. Something similar over here. Probably get slightly better utilization of the space than that. Yeah. Good. And then finally this one here. Is that the way to do it? Oh, that's the way to do it, isn't it? There he is. Still learning. Still finding new ways of doing things. So that gives you all something to do over there, as the money absolutely rains in. And these are going to be primarily for vegetables. Did this ever fix itself? It did. Good. And it is actually planted as well. Glad I'm good to I'm glad I'm good to see it. Oh, it's such good English, typical. Good, I'm glad to see it is of course what I meant to say. Vegetables. And more vegetables. More vegetables. We may get a few more appetables, orchards, as well, to help with the old orchard supply issue, because we're definitely not on top of it. After harvest, we've got a reasonable number sat there, haven't we? Ooh, it's harvest time! Let's wander over here and see how we're getting on. And what do we have? What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? We have... wheat sheaves being turned into wheat grain, which I'm hoping is being turned in kind into... not into flour. And is, oh gosh, do with a few more granary workers, couldn't we? And is rather being taken and sent directly over here. So we should be having flour over here before too long, as well as grain. Neither yet, so we'll just have to wait and see with that one. In the meantime, let's keep putting down vegetable plots over here, and then as those extensions are constructed, we will get some planting done on them as well. And as you can see, we're at 95% approval. We are indeed... oh, I guess that's going to be apples. We are indeed revered over here. So we've got +3 monthly migration, which is... I don't know if you heard, but that's quite the big deal. Nearly done with that one. You're... oh, good grief! You're ready for beating. Just kidding, of course. And you're ready... yeah, you've got cabbaged. Gosh, I'm discovering that there's a whole load of unpleasant meanings to all these phrases I'm coming out with. You need to be veg as well. Your carrots, you're fine. And you veg. What are you guys going to be? You can be cabbage and carrot. You can be beets. You can be cabbage. You can be carrot and get an upgrade. Cabbage. Who's next? Great. Gosh, everyone's very happy. Once we've got these upgrades done as well, we need to get a few workers in those to help with the granary and storehouse supply in the area. Come to think of it, as I sip my tea, we ought to have a market stall here too. Need one of those. Carrot. Carrot. Cabbage. Beet. Oh dear, I do apologise everyone, I've rather lost the penny. The penny and all of the marbles. Get that to a large stone well. Brought in any of that wheat yet? Doesn't look like we have. Let's go and check the trading. And we've got... wheat grain import 100. Local partners. Ah, are we planting? Have we actually turned anything into grain over here yet? We got 66. Did we not set the limit right here? That's likely the problem. Hello grain. There you are. No trade. Whoops. That'd be the problem. Yes, please send. Many thanks. How are we doing for food and fuel? Fuel, we're looking a little bit shy of it. We're not still selling it, are we? That would be silly. Don't tell anyone. Nobody needs to know. Typical never forgets to cancel trades. Never! Except quite a lot of the time he does. Alright, well hopefully we'll get some of that wheat grain coming in now. We'll just deal with the last couple of these burgages that we've got set up over here. What did we say you're going to be? Beets? Yes. Splendid, and that's the storehouse up and running, so we'll get 3 families working there. Get you upgraded. And we'll get 3 families working at this granary as well. Nearly there, come along. 89. It's not that hard, you know. Typical T is typically poor at waiting. Give typical T a queue, and he'll be happy. But make him wait indefinitely with no queuing system, and he'll be very unhappy. Just a little bit of information for you there. Upgrade you? I said upgrade! Thank you very much. I apologise for my sudden burst of anger. And we should be getting even more ale stacked up. 109. We should have a malt coming in though. 25 of the stuff. So we should be turning that into, yep, even more ale as we speak. Shouldn't be cold. That's silly. Don't be cold. It's my benevolent advice as your supreme leader. And Manor Lord. Tannery be tannin. And how much leather do we have? 499. Tanneries. Is that a level 4 upgrade these days? No, it's level 3. Right, let's get a bootmaker so we can start distributing some booties. Some sketches. And planks a little bit on top of now. Let's get these burgages upgraded to level 2. The ones that we can at least. And you're going to be an apiary. How much grain? Got 42 now. Last couple of sheaves being turned. Everything's planted up here. So, do we need to get another active field perhaps? Well, I suppose we could also just... I've got 30 bread now. I wonder if it's worth actually opening up the tavern for business and see if we can't get a few properties upgraded to level 4. It might be because you only need 15 families at level 4 or higher. If we upgrade these here, we might actually have everything we need. We're a little shy on meats. Pork, mutton, small game. Possibly. Have to also remember the upgrade game, and we won't see when things are ready to upgrade to level 4, so we'll have to keep our eye on it. Yes, yes. Tax, tax, tax. Always the taxing. Right. Don't bother. No. Cancel that, cancel that. We need footwear, which we've only just started making. I will take you up to level 3 though, while you're available. So we've only just got boots started to be made, so it might be a minute until they're ready. We will get another shodder up and running though. I believe I forgot about that requirement. 743 spears. Are we struggling to sell spears? Does nobody want spears anymore? Will nobody buy the spears? Let's upgrade over here where we can. Goodness, many people have moved in already. We've only got 2 available spots to be able to move in. Well, hopefully that should provide us with a large surplus of vegetables. And there's another of our shoemakers coming together. So yeah, we can see shoes coming onto the market pretty quickly. And we used up a fair amount of our ale there, but not a ridiculous amount. And we may also need to import some more meat. So let's go to the trader and food. Let's import some carp. I would like 100. And hopefully, yeah, we've still got some fruits. We've got bread. Okay, let's reopen the tavern. And hopefully, with footwear starting to appear on our shelves. Indeed, there's 10 in here. We should see some people ready for some upgrades. Oh, terribly sorry, just knocked the mic with my cup of tea. I do feel, however, that's rather in character, isn't it? No one's ready for upgrades yet. Watch for the drop. Oh! No, you're ready for level 3. That's fine. You can have level 3, but we want to make sure we've got enough resources set aside for the level 4s, which is what we're after, really. What we're after so that victory might be ours. Footwear, meats and fish is still the problem, but we are going to be importing some of those very shortly. Animal produce and fruits, also a bit of a problem. We are running out of fruits here. This may be another false start for the old level 4. Building up a reliable supply chain for level 4 is not the easiest thing to do, is it? It's what I've learned recently. Not all that straightforward. How are our finances faring across the border? Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of money set aside. Down to 4 months on fuel though. Not bringing in enough firewood even though we're not selling it anymore. Well then, let's get another family working at the woodcutter's lodge. And just hope that that takes care of it. We may need to get another woodcutter's lodge popped down as well, realistically. Just do a quick check here for anyone ready for upgrades. And you're all just lacking animal produce, fruits, and meat. Has that meat arrived in off the shelf yet? 50 carp have arrived. So hopefully they're going to be distributed. It's cost us a lot of money to buy all this carp in, so you better appreciate it. Aha! So it begins. Level 4 upgrades. Finally possible. We'll watch once again with our eagle eyes for the dropping of the Burgish plot icons. Whoop. Which of course shows us when they're ready to upgrade to level 4. And as we know, the reason they do that is because they're supposed to be making room for a lovely green upgrade button above them. but for some reason, in this build, that still doesn't appear. So you've just got to keep an eagle eye out for when those upgrades are ready. That's 2 of the families, and it does also give us an additional living space, so someone will move in there very quickly. And once they do, that'll be another family up to level 4. I really wish there was an auto upgrade feature. So burger spots would automatically upgrade when they reach the right level, so I didn't have to hover above them and clicky clicky. I don't think that's likely to happen anytime soon, do you? We can hope. We can hope. Whoop, there's another one. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. My goodness, we're going to do it. Hope you're all enjoying this along with me. Purely scintillating stuff. Clicking from an aerial view. On a positive note, this isn't making me motion sick. Why is it everyone mostly on one side of the road that's getting these upgrades? No one on this side of the road wants to buy fish. Is that the problem? Not big fish lovers. Nope. You've taken up fish after all. I think we might be there. Once these biological spots finish building, we may have gotten there with the large town on our first playthrough of the Raiders and Survival game mode, which I cannot remember the name of, which is good, isn't it? And it's nice we've got this medium town. Ah yes, it's 30 we need, isn't it, for large town? Typical's gotten ahead of himself. I wonder how many of you were sat there going, Typical, you're not actually there yet, mate. You don't actually have enough properties up to level 4. I think you'll find you need 30 to get up to large town. Well, thank you very much. You could have told me that before I went on about it for a little while. It's rather embarrassing now. We're shy on footwear, are we? Go and buy a blooming shoe then. Looks like we might need to get another family working on tailoring. Oh, we're short on yarn actually. We need more families working at the Weaver's Workshop. So let's get another Weaver's Workshop popped down then. And we'll pop it down just here. Still got a reasonable amount of money, so we can afford to keep buying in those carp for a moment. To hopefully get the last couple of these upgraded to level 4. Still a few families moving in as well. Getting us ever closer to that 30 family. We might actually not be as far off it as you might have thought. In fact, that click there may have been all we needed. And that one, yeah. Okay, good stuff. Alright, everyone calm down. We're nearly there. Just need a few people to move in. And we will be up to the... all 5 of those burgers moving in spaces are over there. And once we've got those, we'll have 30 families at level 4 or higher. And that will be the large town settlement level. How far did we get over here with planting up? Yep, that looks nice. Yeah. Don't want an upgrade after all then. Fine. See if I care. How are we doing over here? 6 months of fuel. So let's stabilise a little bit. Over here, 5 months of fuel. So that once again has become an issue. We are getting lots of more people move in, so that's probably the problem. Too many people. Always the problem, isn't it, realistically? Well, let's get some more workers at the woodcutters' lodges. And a few more foresters might be in order as well. But we don't actually have to survive out that much longer. One more family, and we'll be there. Large town! And that, my friends, is victory. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this one with me. I've really enjoyed building these little circular dwellings and plots of land. I thought it's made a... well, I think it's made a really aesthetically pleasing little hamlet. Got to the large town settlement level. We defeated our enemies. 3,770 days. And we completed 812 constructions. Only an endgame population of 687, which is nothing compared to our recent, 1,400. But, it was a decent number. It is across 2 regions. We killed over 1,000 enemies and only lost 24 soldiers, some of which to that debacle at the end, where we couldn't get into our lovely, gorgeous manor. And we lost a few villages, and I'm assuming that is to a combination of hunger, cold, and old age, because we never actually got any raiding parties questing into our villages. Well, I'm happy with how that's turned out. The map looks rather beautiful from above. I absolutely love these circular fields that I've put in over here. I really like some of these circular rundlings as well, the mini rundling, the more realistic rundling you might say, and you'd be right to say so, where you have a dense number of burgages. I think we could probably do it a little better in the future and do them like this, where we have the large storehouse and granary inside of the circle and still place space for lots of burgages. Some of these farms worked out really well. I especially liked the look of our orchards in these circles. So I think we'll definitely be revisiting this whole circle experiment that we've been undertaking.
That's it for today, folks. If you like these Tent to Town videos, let me know by dropping a like and a comment. And if I've earned it, then I'd be most grateful if you consider subscribing. If you want to directly support me, then consider becoming a channel member and be part of the reason I keep creating. If you're still in the mood to chill, join me in another video. But for now, cheerio!